Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees for Monday, July 22nd, 2019. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Phyllis, could we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Clint Folsom.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mark Lasis.
Here.
Trustee Sandy Hammerly.
Here.
Ken Lish.
Here.
Kevin Ryan.
Here.
Neil Shaw.
Here.
Boris Kwasinski.
Here.
Town Manager Matt Magley.
Here.
Town Attorney Kendra Carberry.
Here.
Town Clerk Phyllis Harden. Here.
All right, thank you. Next is the approval of the agenda. Are there any items on the agenda that board members would like to change or pull off the consent agenda or other changes?
I'd like to pull 3D from the consent agenda.
Okay. Any other changes? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. I heard second by Trustee Hammerly. All those in favor? Okay, that passes unanimous. All right, next is reports, questions, and issues. Who'd like to start? Sandy?
I'll go first. I have nothing to report this evening.
All right, good. All right.
I'll go next.
Neil.
I attended last week's ProStack meeting where they were able to finalize their ranking of the 5-year trail plan and their overall amenities prioritization list. And all this is rolling into their budget recommendations, which we'll see soon. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks. Mark?
Good evening. First, I just wanted to say, bravo to CAPS and to staff for the planning of the main event on Saturday night. It's unfortunate that the weather wasn't cooperative, but despite the weather, we did have a really impressive turnout, especially for the inaugural event. Really innovative art installations. The Salida Circus was really impressive. I hope that CAPS will continue to carry this concept forward, and I look forward to attending future main events, and I hope it becomes a regular tradition here in town, because I think it was, if it weren't for the weather, it would have been absolutely fantastic. Just a couple upcoming announcements. Tomorrow night, the Broomfield City Council meeting will be discussing some additional issues related to Rocky Flats. They're considering a proposal for the relocation of prairie dogs from Broomfield to Rocky Flats. And as many of you can recall, there was a proposal several years ago about relocating prairie dogs from Longmont to Rocky Flats, which was dispensed with after much public outcry, but now apparently Broomfield's taken a run at it. So if you're interested in speaking to that, their city council meeting starts tomorrow night at Broomfield City Hall at 6 p.m. Also, at the last board meeting, I reported on the Broomfield City Council's discussions regarding the Jefferson Parkway. At their meetings in May, they seem to be not moving forward with a vote to fund an additional $2.5 million for studies for the crossings related to the bike trail that was going to go across Rocky Flats. At the last city council meeting in June, there was additional supporters in favor of continued support for the $2.5 million funding. So what appeared to be a dead issue may be slowly being resurrected in Broomfield. So if you are concerned about development on Rocky Flats related to the Greenway Trail or related to the Jefferson Parkway, I would encourage you to pay attention to what Broomfield City Council is doing and consider attending their meeting tomorrow and speaking in public comment in opposition to the Jefferson Parkway. A couple other events that I wanted to just highlight. Tomorrow night, Town of Superior is hosting a community engagement meeting with Happy City at the Bell Flatirons Community Room related to placemaking with our consultant, Happy City. So that'll be at the Bell Flatirons Community Room from 7 to 9 p.m., talking about creative placemaking and how that can support the creative projects that you want to see here in our community. Then, in addition, on Wednesday night in Louisville, at the Louisville City Hall, Louisville will be hosting an open house related to the Rocky Mountain Metro Airport. So we're going to be hearing from our consultants this evening about Rocky Mountain Airport. If you're interested in hearing about Louisville's perspective, but I also encourage you to attend. That's at 6 p.m. at Louisville City Hall at 749 Main Street on Wednesday, July 24th. And that's all I have.
All right, thanks, Mark. Go down to Ken.
Good evening. This past few weeks, I attended a meeting of our advisory committee on environmental sustainability. A note to the board, ACES will be presenting to us within about a month or so to discuss the topic of adding an ordinance to our town code related to electric vehicle charging infrastructure for new developments. This is something that they're very interested in, and I would like to hear our feedback before they move further. On July 17th, I attended the Chamber of Commerce Member Appreciation Barbecue. Got a chance to meet with a lot of our local businesses, as well as some businesses from some of the other chambers in the area. It was a great event, and I appreciate the chamber sending an invite to us. I attended the main event as well and was disappointed it got rained out, but what I was there for was great, and I look forward to future main events. And then finally, this afternoon, Trustee Ryan and I met with Rocky Mountain Fire on joint issues and heard that they are continuing to move forward with the consultant study regarding a merger between them and Mountain View Fire, as well as creating a fire authority with Lafayette Fire. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Laura?
So first, I also want to issue huge kudos to the CAPS committee and to the Parks and Rec department for their tireless work putting together the main event this Saturday. Despite the thunderstorms, I was really impressed by the mix of artists and the creativity. For those who were unable to attend, I'll share that one of my favorite booths involved eating ramen sprinkled with edible diamond dust in a dark tent next to a pile of coal, which was a pretty neat interactive experience. I also want to call out the fantastic work of CAPS in working with Happy City, the urban design consultancy we've hired to develop our cultural arts master plan. Last week, I met with the two consultants to discuss placemaking in Superior and also do a walk around of the Land Rover property, and I was really happy with the dialogue. I also attended the well-being workshop last week facilitated by Happy City, and in that workshop, teams of citizens brainstormed ideas for cultural arts and events initiatives around town. There were a lot of ideas that emerged from the workshop that I'm personally going to start seeing if we can organize even before the master plan is finished. Things like a potluck community dinner or a grant program for individual neighborhoods to launch their own projects. I am really excited to see the outcomes of this project. A number of ideas came out of that Happy City Wellbeing Workshop for the Land Rover property, assuming that our purchase agreement goes through and closes. While the board discussed at our last meeting that we wouldn't formally engage the public until after the deal potentially closes, I did in the meantime create a brief 4-question survey to begin gathering citizen input. So I'd really like to know, what would you like to happen with the property if it closes and if the town of Superior acquires it? You can access the survey in the last meeting recap that's on my personal website, lauraforsuperior.com, and I'll also link to it in my recap of this meeting. Along with Ken and Clint, I also attended the Chamber of Commerce Member Appreciation Barbecue. I was really thrilled that we were able to host our neighboring chambers here in Superior at Wildflower Park. Great opportunity to show off our community. And I want to say thank you and congratulations to the Superior Chamber of Commerce for their great work organizing the event. Finally, I attended the Louisville Library Board meeting on Thursday, July 11th. One thing we discussed was the 50 Books Initiative, which encourages students to log the books that they read and strive for 50 books in a year. As part of this, the Louisville Library will be honoring one student in the program every month as their Reader of the Month and featuring them on a poster at the library. I've spoken with our Superior Town staff, and we will also plan to designate a Superior Reader of the Month to honor here at our own town hall. I'm hoping that will be a little bit of encouragement for our own local kids. And that's it.
Thanks. Kevin?
Great. Thanks. 2 quick things. Number one, I want to just echo what others have said about the Superior Spectacular. Really want to thank the hard work from CAPS, town staff, and a number of our volunteers who were able to see the spectacular weather that we had on Saturday night as well. So unfortunately, the weather did not quite cooperate, but really just a fantastic event, and very appreciative of CAPS in particular, but also staff and the other volunteers. Second, I wanted to recognize the Rock Creek Flyers Swim Club, who have just concluded their second consecutive undefeated season in dual meets. Their championships are this coming weekend. For those that are not familiar with the Rock Creek Flyers, it's really just a remarkable program, and you can get a little taste of the program if you search on Facebook for Rock Creek Flyers. One of our swim parents, a couple of the swim parents, assemble a video, and a snippet of that video is available on Facebook on the Rock Creek Flyers website, and you'll get a little flavor of what our kids and swim families get to experience. And finally, related to that, when I talk about the Flyers, I have three swimmers, and families that I know that are not participatory, they say, well, gee, it's hard because the times don't work, or my kids aren't very good swimmers, and we'll be flexible. And so please, next summer, if you're out there and you're looking at the Rock Creek Flyers, and you say, I don't think I can get my kids to swim, there's carpooling, there's older kids that will walk or ride their bikes down there with your kids. If your kids maybe can't make it across the pool yet, there's a pre-team and fantastic coaches. It's really a great event, so please take a look at the video. Again, Rock Creek Flyers through Facebook. And if you think you can't make it work, talk to one of the coaches or talk to one of the board members, the Rock Creek Flyer board members, and I think you'll find they'll be pretty flexible. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. Good evening, everyone. I want to thank TJ and Carol at the Superior Chamber for doing a great job on the barbecue that they hosted for the Louisville, Lafayette, and Erie Chambers. Had a nice turnout there, so appreciate all your work there. Last week, the Element Hotel opened. Element by Westin opened. Our first hotel in Superior is now open and operational. They opened on Tuesday the 16th, and our family stayed there on Friday night and had a great time there, and would encourage all of you to stop in and check it out. It's really it's really nicely done, and great place to have friends and family stay when you don't want them to stay in your own house. Enjoyed this Superior Spectacular, and great job of the CAPS and town staff for all the hard work that went into putting that on, and look forward to future events. Despite the rain, really enjoyed all the great variety there, and I think people were excited to be there. A couple of upcoming announcements. On the next Monday, the 29th, we're having our board retreat here, and it'll be here in the boardroom, open to the public, 6 p.m. to around 9 p.m., and we'll be publishing a list of topics that will be discussed during our retreat. And on the 7th of August, I'll be taking the Superior Youth Leadership Council for the third year in a row. We'll be taking them to a Metro Mayor's meeting in downtown Denver. Every other month, I attend a full caucus meeting of the 40 mayors from around the metro area. We get together and meet, and a couple of years ago, I thought it'd be fun to take our youth members down there in the summer since they're out of school, and so we're doing that for the third year, and Mark's going to be joining us, and he's arranged a tour of the Supreme Court after the Metro Mayor's meeting. So we kind of do a little bit of experience at the Metro Mayor's meeting, and then we go and do a little field trip. Last year we did a tour of the Capitol, so try to get them involved in different things. And we're riding the RTD bus down and back, so that can be an experience in and of itself. So any of the youth members watching, be sure to sign up for that. And finally, I want to welcome Sergeant Troy Wolf. Here is his first full day on duty here, leading the sheriff's deputies here in the town of Superior. For those that are not familiar, the town of Superior contracts with the Boulder County Sheriff's Office for law enforcement services and have a great arrangement with the Sheriff's Office, and it's worked great for many years. And so I really appreciate all of their service. I've known Troy for probably over 25 years. We worked together when I was a reserve deputy, and so it's exciting to see you here in this new capacity. So welcome.
Could we get a hand? So you
Yes. 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 Sure. All right. And Matt.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay. Kendra.
So obviously we have some legislative actions that we need to take based on we have some code changes that we need to make based on the legislation passed by the legislature this year. I know we talked about doing some of it in an upcoming retreat. I don't know if there's any of it that you want to sort of dispose of tonight, or if we're going to save it all. I won't be able to make the next retreat, so we may have to wait until the August 26th, I believe, is that correct, board meeting? And that's fine if we all want to wait. I just wanted to bring it up tonight. I don't know if there's anything we can knock off the list, or if we just want to wait till August 26th. I'm referring to, there's an electronic notice, there's electronic notice legislation, there's marijuana legislation, there's e-scooter legislation. Those are just sort of some of what I've been sending you. I'm sort of bombarding you with memos about some of that. Some of it's required. The marijuana, I have to do a code amendment, so I can go ahead and prepare that code amendment, at least for what's required, which is a new definition of public consumption. That's the easy one. I think we need to talk about delivery. That's a much harder topic. I would say let's wait on that one. And probably e-scooters, I imagine we're going to want to wait on, because you're probably going to want to have a discussion on that. And same with electronic notice versus posted notice, because I know that can also be a bit controversial sometimes. So I'm throwing it out there. If you want to have any discussion tonight, I'm happy to have it. But if you want to wait and set this for an agenda, that will have to wait until August 26th.
Okay.
None of these are a rush. So other than public consumption, which I will go ahead and do regardless, because we have to, we're statutory, we have no choice.
So on one of those topics, the electronic disclosure, I would really like to see that noticed and put up for discussion. That said, I won't be here on the 26th, so I'd prefer that it not be at that meeting.
Okay.
Kendra, just because you and I have been trading notes on
Yes.
this, I mean, there's a half dozen of these already.
Yes, I know.
And I don't want to rush through them, because
Sure.
I don't know that everyone's read them as closely, expecting
Okay.
a discussion today.
And
If we
that's
could-
fine.
If we could notice it and then just set up a ledge update, whether it's the 26th or September or whatever our discretion is in terms of timing, because some of these have to be soon.
Right. Yeah, and why don't I just do this? Whatever needs to happen right away.
Yeah.
If there are code changes that need to happen, I'm just going to prepare them.
Okay.
And we'll get them in a packet, and then we can talk about them when they get in the packet. The others that are discretionary on your part, then let's set that for a date, perhaps when everyone can be here to talk about them. So that would probably be the first meeting in September, it sounds like.
All of the code changes need to come to the board for a vote, though, right?
Oh, always, yes. But for example, I don't know what to draft. If you want to allow marijuana delivery or not allow marijuana delivery, if you want to allow e-scooters some places but not other places, if you want. So I need more direction on what to draft. But yes, every single code change will eventually come to the board later for approval. But it would just give me some direction as to where you want to go with that.
Will Dan be at the retreat next week?
No.
No. Okay.
Okay, I think sounds like a reasonable path.
So we'll try to schedule it for probably the first meeting in September. And in the meantime, I'll go ahead and do at least the ones that we have to do, which right now, the first one is the public consumption definition. Just for everyone, it's the definition of the public consumption of marijuana, and it's now governed by state law, and we have to comply with it. So.
Before we do that, Matt, do we have any FTPs on that first meeting in September?
We will probably have one.
I think we're going to have a robust discussion on at least a couple of these.
Well, yeah, we'll have the discussion on August 26th to provide direction, and then from there, Kendra will draft the code changes based on that direction.
Yes, exactly.
Well, the public consumption one is the only one that's time sensitive right now.
Exactly.
And in that one, we have no discretion. We just need to adopt something that complies with state law.
Exactly.
So
I'm going to do that one regardless.
Why don't we have that one scheduled for the August 26th meeting? If Laura's not here for that, I don't think that there's really anything to discuss. Other than we could do that on the consent agenda.
Sure.
So let's get that one done, and then let's schedule these things appropriately so we're not rushing them.
Sure,
With
because the rest,
FTPs.
you're right, the rest of them, the marijuana delivery doesn't start right away, wouldn't start right away regardless. And the e-scooters, right now, we're already in a position where nobody's writing any tickets. I'm looking at you, so. I think we're fine for now. We're in a holding pattern on e-scooters, but you will have discretion to figure out where you want them, where you don't want them. But right now, we're fine right now on the e-scooters as well.
Could we potentially start some of the discussion at the retreat just to kind of see appetite for maybe we could dispense with
You'll
some
have to
of them,
provide
or just
back.
determine direction,
I can do
at
that.
least, maybe
I can
not.
provide some background for the retreat, so even though I won't be here, I can provide some background that might help lead the
Okay.
discussion, and then I can hear back from staff.
Let's do that. That way,
Okay.
I think that might help manage workload
Yeah.
as we get later, so we're not piling it all on in
Yeah.
September.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I can do
okay.
that.
All right, good. Anything else? Any other announcements, Kendra?
Nothing, oh, sorry, nothing else.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
Sorry,
right.
I was taking
Yeah,
notes.
Phyllis. All right. That is it for reports, questions, and issues. We're on to public comment now. If you'd like to make public comment on consent agenda or non-agenda items, now is the time. We ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes or less and start with your name and address. TJ.
Mayor Folsom, trustees, hello everyone. I'm TJ Sullivan, the Executive Director of the Superior Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank the trustees who came to the event. Thank you very much for the love for the Chamber. And I want to throw a little love back to the Daily Camera who sponsored the event and thank them very much. We have a very busy August. Anyone who wants to see how busy we're going to be can go to superiorchamber.com and check out that calendar of events. It'll probably cause you as much anxiety as it's causing me right now, but it's good stuff we have going on. I want to draw your attention specifically to the ribbon cutting and Ethan Allen Furniture over in the marketplace on August 15th at 5 p.m. It would be terrific to have support for that event. And speaking of ribbon cuttings and new businesses, I wanted to introduce the trustees to Tom and Benny Tursek, who are the owners of the Goldfish Swim School, which is going to be opening in October up in the marketplace. And they will have their grand opening in December at some point. We haven't set the date for that. Tom and Benny, B-I-N-N-Y, like bunny with an I, she says, relocated in 2019 from New York State here to Colorado. They are living in Boulder and are opening their facility. They've been very busy pouring concrete and getting their business up and going, and it's fascinating to go over there. If you haven't had a chance to walk over there and look at it coming together, it's really, really cool. They've been doing, they joined the chamber right away. They've been amazing new members, and they've also been doing educational programs in nearby schools on water safety. So they're really jumping into this community and really doing it right, I think. So I wanted to introduce Tom and Benny to say a few words to you.
Thank you, TJ. Thank you, TJ. My wife Benny and I are very happy to be here, be part of the community. It wasn't long ago when we were living in New York City, so this is quite a change for us, but it has been nothing less than a stellar change for us. Just to give you a real quick 30-second overview on Goldfish, this is a swim school that is focused on swim safety. It's not a competitive swim school. We are focused on keeping kids alive. And it's really designed for kids anywhere from 4 months to 12 years old. The school itself, which is in progress just a stone's throw away from here, is a fun place, and I would encourage you all to stop by and visit. It's really designed to be completely inviting for every kid who can. Lessons are only 30 minutes long. The water is 90 degrees. The air temperature is 91. It's essentially a tropical paradise in there. And it's proven to be quite successful, so we're really happy to be here doing this. Now, the question we always get is, why Superior? And I will add that when we started looking a little over a year ago, we looked from Arvada all the way up to Fort Collins, saw many, many, many places, many options. But when we saw the space here in Superior Marketplace, it really, and then looked at the demographics of this explosive neighborhood, this town called Superior, it really took us aback, and it really didn't take long before we realized that there was really no other option. We had to be here, and I think it wasn't maybe a day or two after that when we learned of the Superior of Commerce, of the Chamber of Commerce, and TJ and his predecessors, and the support we received was pretty phenomenal from day one. So we really haven't looked back. It's been a fast race to get this up. We're on schedule. We're on budget, thank God. And we do look forward to a healthy and long life here in Superior. It's really fantastic. Do you have anything to add?
I'm delighted by the support of the Chamber of Commerce and other chamber members. It's been really great to meet other small business members and community members, and we're in every school within a 15-mile radius doing water safety presentations to the kids, and I'm really feeling like, first of all, Superior's doing it well. A lot of kids here are taking swim lessons, and we're really, really happy, and we say to them, just keep swimming. doesn't, we'd like you to come to our school, but it doesn't really matter. Just keep swimming and stay safe. So we're really happy to be here, and thank you so much. Mayor,
Great.
trustees, thank you.
Tom and Benny, thanks for coming. We'll
Thank you.
welcome you to Superior. Thank you. All right, additional public comment? Daryl.
Good evening. Hold on, I'm going to hand these out. Somebody asked for me to save them one, so I did. Daryl McCool, Cap of Chairs, Chair. Sorry.
Yeah, and I'm the other one of those, Melinda Tan, co-chair.
Yeah, sorry. Just ran down here. I just wanted to give you guys a brief CAPS update because I know you guys have been asking for that. And I want to start with the most fun and most dramatic, which was the main event. It was spectacular for an hour. I've heard from so many people that they loved it and they really hope that we can do it again next year. It was really sad that it came to such an abrupt end, but that ending was spectacular too. So that happened Thursday. The Thursday before that, some of you attended the Wellbeing Workshop by Happy City, and I will tell you, it was pretty phenomenal. And I hope if you didn't make that you have an opportunity to come tomorrow night to the dialogue that will be happening. It was really a deep and wonderful conversation and a way to connect all kinds of leaders within the town. So it was pretty amazing. And I did want to read briefly, I was going to ask her, but she posted it on Facebook, so I hope it's okay. But Kate Senecal posted a little bit on Facebook, and she said, I do not identify as artist or creative, but this process helped me realize that it's so much more than art. It's about the social, emotional, physical health of our town and its residents. So check out this, so she was inviting everybody to come to the main event and also the dialogue tomorrow night. And then it's at Bell Flatiron tomorrow night in the community room from 7 to 9. And then last but not least, I just wanted to say thank you to Dina and her assistant, Castle Cersei, for bringing our vision, the CAPS vision, to life in the main event. It was, like I said, it was truly phenomenal. And also the CAPS committee, because they're always are there doing some hard work and making stuff fun in town. So, do you guys have any questions?
Well, I just want to say that you guys did an amazing job, and I encourage you to do it again and again and again, and I hope that this is one of those things that turns into, just like the Chili Fest, a regular tradition for the town, because I think it was so creative. The support that you had from the community, there were so many people there. It was interesting, right? Like, I didn't know how Saturday night, from 5 to 8 p.m. was going to work with people's schedules, if people were already out to dinner and doing things, but you had a great turnout, and the circus was so unique, and the artists that you had there in residence, I mean, it was so cool. So, bravo, and do it again. And I just, it would have been great if the weather had cooperated, but, you can't control the weather. So let's just do it again and again, and keep up the good work. So thank you.
Are you guys bringing the prairie dogs to Chili Fest?
They will be popping up there, hopefully, yes.
Excellent.
We did about 75 in an hour, so.
It was so crowded that we couldn't stop there, and we are going to circle back later, but the weather prevented it, so.
And hopefully Chili Fest, we can have more tables and more space,
Yeah, they'll be there.
Excellent.
Anyone else? Well, thank
All
you
right,
very
thank
much
you.
for supporting it, because we had a lot of fun.
All right, additional public comment.
Hello, I'm Laura Bolt. I'm the Executive Director of the Boulder County Fair, and I'd like to invite everybody to our 150th anniversary. It is a county-wide event, and we'd like to include all the cities and all the county residents up to Boulder County. We'll be hearing a little bit more about it. We do have a kickoff ceremony on Friday, August 2nd at 5 p.m. The governor was slated to come, but however, the deputy attorney will be coming in his place. We also have an all-county-wide chamber event on Monday, August 5th. And I just have a little bit of information, and we'll hear a little bit more about the Boulder County Fair a little later. Do you have any questions? Or Our mission is to foster a competitive environment for 4-H, FFA, and open class youth to exhibit their general projects, also their livestock. We provide agriculture education in a fun-filled environment. And in order to sustain ourselves, then we do have vendors, carnival, and some ticketed events that kind of keep us going from year to year. Thank you.
Where is the fair and when does it run from?
It's August 2nd through August 11th, and it's in South Longmont off of Hover Road and Nelson, corner of Hover and Nelson.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, additional public comment?
There's some maps. I was going to see if it works this way so these people can see too. Can you hear me? Maybe not. My name is Karen Falardo, and I live in Rock Creek South. And I'll just bring this map over so the board has it.
Thank you.
This map was presented to me by Ann Christensen, and she's the Denver Noise Officer for Denver International Airport. So what this represents is the blue lines on this graph show local flights flying into and out of Rocky Mountain National Airport, or Metropolitan Airport, over a 24-hour period on Saturday, June 8th, 2019. This area is Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. This one is Erie and Boulder. You'll notice that most of the flights from Rocky Mountain come north through Superior, Louisville, Boulder County, and very, very few go south over Boulder County.
Jefferson County. Jefferson County. You said Boulder County, Jefferson.
Jefferson County. Most of the traffic is being routed over Boulder County. Since Jeffco wishes to expand operations and Broomfield County receives taxes from the operation, my hope is that the consultants will balance the noise and traffic to include all the surrounding counties' airspace. At the RMMA area of the graph, you'll see the increased flight school activity over our Rock Creek homes. I have lived in Superior since 2002. From that time up until 2018, all touch and go operations occurred over open space, not over our homes. The flight school change began in 2018 with the arrival of a new director, Director Anslow. I am asking the consultants and our town boards to recommend the flight school train over open space as soon as possible. Training operations are done with older and noisier planes. For safety and health, those operations belong over open space and not over our homes. As a third request, I ask the consultants and boards to please create a written noise abatement policy for RMMA that is enforced. Planes flying low and loud over residential areas should be discouraged and quiet. Hours from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. should be followed. Boulder and Centennial airports have noise abatement policies that can be used as a model. Currently, our MMA has only a voluntary noise abatement policy. In summary, please change flight school loops to fly over open space as soon as possible. Develop and enforce a written noise abatement policy and change airplane traffic so that all counties' airspace is involved in flight operations, not just Boulder County's airspace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any question?
Thank you for your comments. Any additional public comment?
I'm going to go last, so everyone else is done.
No, please go.
Good evening, trustees and Mayor Folsom. My name is Kimberly Gibbs, and I live at 7468 Mount Sherman Road up in North Boulder County. I just learned about your meeting this morning, and so I've hastily prepared some comments, and I'll try to stay on track. So I'm the organizer of Citizens for Quiet Skies, and we're a citizen group that was formed in 2011 in response to concerns about aviation noise. And in our area at that time, it was skydiving operations. So over the years, we've learned a lot of lessons about aviation noise, and our focus really is more with general aviation airports. Tonight, I'm attending here to support the citizens of Superior who are standing up about aviation noise, and also to commend you for moving forward and taking a look at this issue. This is a very difficult issue, which I presume by now you've figured that out. I'll read just a few notes that I pulled together. And I brought photos, but it looks like we're not set up to really look at photos in a very easy way. So I'll show you my book here. This is not my book. I didn't write it. I own it. And then, and then this is just one example of one flight originating at Rocky Mountain Metro. So my home, 25 miles away, is seriously affected by mainly the flight training at Rocky Mountain Metro. So it's not just the folks here, but we have communities all along the Front Range that are being seriously affected. Loops and starts and things like that. Okay, so we believe in balancing the rights of aviation interests with the rights of ordinary citizens. Doesn't that seem fair? Excessive aviation noise degrades environmental quality in our homes and communities. The aviation industry is heavy industry, and it should be regulated accordingly. Many of Colorado's Front Range communities have become de facto sacrifice zones for unregulated and excessive aviation pollution. And the reason we're standing up is because at least I feel like my home is a little slice of paradise. I believe that. And I don't want it to be a sacrifice zone. I'm willing to stand up, and I'm not moving. I hope no one else here is either. We've identified the repetitive noisy flights. So our first introduction to that was with the skydiving flights that don't ever go anywhere except in little circles. These repetitive flights, oftentimes they're with the smaller prop planes that are doing repeated touch and goes, and outside of the pattern, flight training operations, especially looping and stopping and stalling and then starting up over your house. They loop around the same area multiple times. Glider towing and things like that. The voluntary noise abatement procedures are inadequate to reduce aviation noise. They're not followed. Many of the pilots, not all, but many of the pilots just really feel that they're entitled to do whatever they want. And if you don't like the noise, the response is you can move, or you shouldn't have moved near an airport. Mandatory regulations must be adopted in order to reduce the noise impact to reasonable levels. Areas that are labeled as noise-sensitive areas should be respected as such, and we see that that's not respected many times, especially in north of Boulder. Okay, it's a hard problem. I'll just leave you with a couple of notes here. You'll be probably hearing a lot about ANCA, the Airport Noise and Capacity Act of 1995. It applies to Stage 2 and Stage 3 jets, and it will make it nearly impossible to regulate those because the FAA doesn't want to. When you talk about regulating the prop planes, or you ask for that, you'll hear about the grant assurances. So the airport capital improvements are heavily subsidized by the federal grants, and those come with strings attached. The FAA won't recognize any level of significant noise impact unless the noise contour exceeds the 65 dNL, which is an inappropriate metric. I don't have I'm out of time to share with you the solutions, but they're hard. You're on a hard path. I commend you for being on it because it's worthwhile. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Additional public comment?
Kim, yes. I'll give you a paper. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Thomas, and I live at 3467 Blanca Peak Court in Rock Creek, the south end. And I've lived there for the last 18 years. Within the past 2 years, it has been my observation that RMMA has increased their flight school training runs significantly to the point of being extremely loud and increasing the risk of accidents to our community. Several news articles have cited this. I recently had a conversation with Brian Bishop, operations manager at RMMA, and he told me that the FAA sets all flight patterns for the country which are out of his control. He also said that the winds affect takeoff as well. Are the winds always from the same direction, I ask? Our home is approximately 8,000 feet from the end of both runways that are oriented towards Superior. Why can't training planes avoid our community as they take off, as there appears to be enough space to do so? To continue with my conversation with Mr. Bishop, he told me that RMMA has been here since 1960. Superior has been here way longer than that. He said that RMMA warned the developers of Rock Creek not to build in this region due to airplane noise that would shake our windows. He said our developers lied to us and that the easement, the navigation easement was an insignificant, document. This significant navigation easement agreement was signed by our developers, RMMA and Boulder County, in 1988 and appears to have been violated several times, including when RMMA chose to expand their runway to accommodate larger jets. And now they're, I guess, talking about bringing in 737s, which is irresponsible and breaking the agreement and presents huge safety risks to our community. I wake up to, I go to bed with, Mr. Bishop said that they ask their training pilots to voluntarily not fly before 6 a.m. and not after 10. No relief. Mr. Bishop concluded with telling me that Westminster is upset with RMMA because RMMA is supposedly working with our town on noise mitigation. Apparently, this is an intolerable situation for many communities, including Superior, Louisville, and Westminster. However, not Jeffco or Broomfield counties. Mr. Bishop also said that if I had a better flight pattern, then by all means, bring it to him because he wants to be a good neighbor. Well, we will have we have alternative patterns, flight patterns, and we will hold him to his word. Finally, this is deemed a general aviation, not for commercial use. Bringing in 737s is extremely irresponsible and presents great risks to our community. In closing, I would like to sit in my yard and enjoy the birds and not airplane noise. These planes are flying very low and are extremely audible. They're right over my roof. And it goes on very early in the morning and continues until about late morning, and then it picks up in the evening. So, and occasionally we'll have it during the afternoon hours as well, depending on the weather in the morning, and they can't get out. So, thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Any additional public comment?
I'm Jim Shima. I live at 435 South Snowmass, south on Hilltop. And I agree with what people are saying here. Absolutely, planes fly over my house all the time, very noisy. I guess I have the pleasure and the curse of, I think I live at the highest point in Rock Creek. So these planes go right over my house. And it's been such a nuisance that I said, well, it doesn't look safe. So I don't have anything prepared, but what I did do is I started ranging some of these aircraft's altitude. And per FAA, it's 91.119, is that these planes have to be at least 1,000 feet over the largest structure within a 2,000-foot radius. And I can tell you that these planes are not. They're upwards of 600 feet below that. They come over my house at 500 feet, which is, I'm in a valley still because they had to fly over, 128 to come down, and there's a very large transmission tower there. I arranged a transmission tower that's over to the west of me. That's about 200 feet above my location. So, I have a lot of data. If you want data, I have data. I'm not going to go on emotion. These planes are loud. They are noisy. They're disturbing quite a bit, but FAA regulations are breaking. So I have lots of data if you guys want it. I have pictures of the planes. I have tail numbers. I have dates and times. I have altitudes. I have who owns a plane. So I don't know if that's useful to anybody, but I've sent my initial stuff to the FAA. They said they will investigate. The problem is they said it takes a long time. From that point on, I still have, probably triple the information I had before. Just sitting out on on a Saturday, I can get 14 records of planes that are flying too low and pictures and all that. So it could take up my whole day if I wanted to. So at any rate, yes, I'd love to see this fixed because being at the highest point is not so much fun with these planes. So.
Mr. Scheibe, I think you might have already answered my question, but it sounds like it's numerous planes that are too low. It's not just the occasional one that's going under that 1,000 foot?
Yes.
Okay.
All prop planes, even ones without tail numbers. I've seen all kinds of violations, from the airport. I've looked up most of them on FAA site. Repeat offenders, people that fly circuits, they come by every couple of minutes, too low. So, yeah. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay.
How you doing, board? It's good to see you. Brad Walker, Shivano Peak Drive, Superior. I wanted to provide some comments about the presentation from ABCX2 Consultants. First, I've read the presentation. There's a lot of talk about hearing from the community. Let's not forget there's another side to this debate. Nowhere does the presentation mention how the consultants plan on being fair and protecting my rights as a pilot. So I'm left thinking this plan is really about attempting to implement and or advocating for policies that are unlawful and will accomplish nothing. For example, on page 6, under the heading of flight operations, there's mention about reducing nighttime operations. This is clearly a non-starter for the pilot community. The pilot community would never agree to this, nor should they have to, as federal law protects us from this unlawful encroachment. To restrict nighttime operations would clearly be a federal law violation as it would be discriminatory against the general aviation community. In addition, it would be a violation of FAA grant assurances. Therefore, the airport would never agree to anything dealing with restriction of operations, and nor would the pilot community. In addition, advocating early turns and close-in patterns for touch-and-go operations would be a clear violation of my authority as pilot in command to operate the airplane, Federal Aviation Regulations 91.3. I can assure you no pilot wants to be a bad neighbor, but at the same time, a pilot is going to refuse to do something that would jeopardize the safety of their plane and passengers. Please do not advocate for these changes as they will never be implemented. They also give false hope to your constituents and my neighbors. As the leaders of this community, it's a difficult spot to be in where one has to push back on the voters. But not doing so gives false hope to the voters, engenders ill feelings, and is not true leadership. Having said all that, I'd like to make some contemporaneous comments. Ms. Carberry, I sent a formal request. I have a lawsuit against the Rock Creek HOA board. I sent a formal request to the Rock Creek HOA asking for a legal contract. I'm entitled to that as per Colorado Law 33308. Any contracts between the HOA and any parties. I can't find any contract between Cynthia Manzano and the board. Therefore, I cannot find that there's a per se legal attorney-client privilege between Rock Creek HOA and Cynthia Manzano. So I will consider any communication between Cynthia Manzano and Ms. Carberry and this board to be public communications. In addition, I'd like to point out Citizens of Quiet Skies, Kim Gibbs, who spoke to you earlier, sued Mile High Skydiving and lost her lawsuit. In addition, she had to pay over $40,000 in legal fees. I'd like to prevent this board and my HOA board, of which you guys are members, from going down this route. But if we have to, I can assure you, the pilot community will not walk away from this fight. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments. Any additional public comment? Any additional public comment? All right, seeing none, we're going to move on to our presentation segment. And do we have Matt Surra here?
He is here.
Okay.
Yep, you can grab him. Thanks, Mary. Tonight, Matt Surra, who's the special counsel for the town with regard to oil and gas issues, is here tonight to present to the board and give an update on new legislation, Senate Bill 19-181, that was passed, and the rulemaking process that's going to be taken up here over the next several months. Matt, how you doing? I think, Martin, do we have his presentation up? Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Glad to be in front of you again. I have just a very short presentation. Wanted to just run through updates at the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission. As you remember, Senate Bill 181 was passed, and it not only gave local governments the ability to have greater control, local control over oil and gas development, but it also directed the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission to protect public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. No longer is their mission to foster the oil and gas industry, but it puts that public health, safety, welfare, and environment front and center, and directed them to conduct a number of rulemakings before July of 2020. So there's a new board, Colorado Gas Conservation Commission, that has been seated. 9 individuals, 2 of which came from the previous administration. And so a lot of new faces and a huge amount of work to do in the next year. You might remember that also Senate Bill 181 also stated that in July of 2020, there's going to be a professional commission that is going to take over for this volunteer commission. So they really have their work cut out for them. They're going to get this rulemaking done, and the schedule before you has already started. The 500 series is just to give them some administrative law judges to free up the commission to allow them to conduct more rulemakings and to really focus their attention on that legislative process. They're going into, probably within the next 2 weeks, I expect that they're going to announce the next rulemaking that is going to go to hearing in November, which is an alternative site analysis and a technical review board. And that is of significant interest to local governments, and I'll get into that in a little bit, but there's also going to be a flow line rulemaking, a cumulative impacts rulemaking, and public health, safety, welfare, and environment rulemaking. That one is also, that's more or less called the mission change rulemaking, and they're expecting that that is going to result in dramatic changes to the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission rules, from the 100 series definitions all the way to the 1200 series wildlife regulations. The entire
code there at the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission is going to be changed. Then they're going to get into some other wellbore integrity, and after, when they get into phase 2 with the professional commission, they're going to look at some financial issues as well. The two areas that I think that you might be most interested in are this first rulemaking, alternative site analysis, and technical review board, and again, that mission change, the public health, safety, welfare, and environment. As I say, I think both of these are going to run concurrently as far as stakeholder processes. The Colorado Gas Conservation Commission director is really trying something new with stakeholders. Instead of having everybody get into the room together and everybody just sit and stare at each other for about 20 minutes and then say, this is not working, nobody's talking. He's going to have individual meetings with individual sets of stakeholders. And those stakeholders are local governments, obviously the industry, environmental organizations, and also neighborhood organizations. Separating those neighborhood organizations that are impacted communities, more or less, from environmental organizations or from local governments, which I think is a good step forward. And so there is an opportunity for local governments to get involved. And again, this alternative site analysis and the technical review board are two that you might be interested in that are going to start right away. Alternative site analysis is if there is a location that is too close to homes, or might be too close to, say, a water supply, or a former nuclear trigger location. Places like that, there might be an opportunity for the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission to say, look, we think that there might be alternatives to explore. We want you to look at what is technically feasible to find something that's going to be a safer location for public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. And those locations, particularly those that are outside of the jurisdiction of Superior, that would be a way to weigh in on issues that you've referenced that you're interested in before. And this technical review board is specific to local governments. It is a technical review board that is open to hearing concerns from local governments and helping them give the technical analysis for local governments to an oil and gas application that would come to you. And again, this has never been done before at the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission. It's a brand new technical review board and something that was expected to be exclusively for helping local governments through an application process or with technical questions that they're not equipped to handle. And then Colorado Gas Conservation Commission, the public health, safety, welfare, and environment mission rule changing is all encompassing, and that's also a big one as well.
Can you speak to item number 3, which is the local government provisions? That seem to be, just on the face of it, what would be, really relevant to us, given that we're a local government.
Yeah.
But it wasn't emphasized in your memo or tonight yet. You're focusing mainly on the alternative site analysis and technical review board. What do you anticipate the local government provisions rulemaking to encompass, and is that something that you would suggest that we would attend and participate in as well?
Fair question. As of last week, or 2 weeks ago when I wrote that memo, I was informed by the director that they were considering shelving that the local government provisions was something that they weren't ready for. They want to see how local governments are, the questions that come up as local governments interact with the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission, and didn't feel that they were ready or it was necessary really to have that be front and center. That may be something that happens in the mission change rulemaking, but right now they have just taken it off the calendar entirely.
Okay. So in terms of the rulemaking hearings that we should be attending, participating in, alternative site analysis, technical review board, the public health, safety, those are the ones that you're recommending that we participate in?
Those would be the 3 that I think that you would be most interested in. And, there's all sorts of levels of participation, and I wanted to give you a sense of that as well, because it's not an all or nothing necessarily.
Right. So if you could speak to that, because in your memo, you talked about party status, submitting a Rule 510 statement, and then also speaking during public comment. So if you could just speak to, what the opportunities are for participating in the rulemaking process and what your recommendation would be?
Yeah, so I think, as far as what I could help you with, it could be everything from giving you into a monitoring situation where you can decide later whether or not you want to jump in on one of these rulemakings. Because again, the rulemaking hasn't even started. This first stakeholder meetings haven't begun. So you can be in a monitor position at this point. Ultimately, you might decide that you want to participate, and you can participate in any one of those three levels. You can show up at the day of the hearing and just give some testimony. You can decide that you're going to submit some written testimony as in terms of a 510 statement. Or if you really want to engage, you become a full party member in that rulemaking and participate as a stakeholder, having these meetings with Director Robbins as well as staff, from now until the rulemaking actually finalizes, and participating with a pre-hearing statement, rebuttal statements of other industry or other pre-hearing statements, and engaging fully in the hearing at probably in November of 20 and 21st of November. So those are the options that you have. Again, you could decide that you just want to monitor at this point as well and wait to hear, what comes out of the first stakeholder meetings. My sense is that if you were going to participate or thought you wanted to, you probably ought to participate as a stakeholder and engage early, because my experience has shown that those who are getting in early and often with the staff can direct the staff process and the staff proposed rule. And that is extremely helpful if it's something that you're concerned about. Right now, as an example, local governments don't have standing to require a hearing before the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission if there is an oil and gas proposal right outside of your jurisdiction, right outside of your town boundaries. And that doesn't make a lot of sense, frankly. It's been a problem for other municipal clients that I've had, and I think it is something that the state needs to address, particularly in this first rulemaking, to make sure that local governments have the ability to weigh in on alternative locations. If there's going to be something that is proposed, say in Broomfield, and one of the alternative locations is in Superior, well, you probably should be a part of that conversation. And so, there's an opportunity there, and I think there's also an opportunity to have some synergy with the local government, allied local governments, they're calling themselves, which are a lot of Boulder County local governments, frankly, and the city and county of Broomfield. And that is Lafayette, Longmont, Boulder County, and as I said, the city and county of Broomfield. Erie also participates sometimes in those as well.
It strikes me that, Superior, we've got, a unique, situation insofar as we don't have, existing oil and gas development in town, unlike, Broomfield and Lafayette and Erie and obviously Weld County, Boulder County. So, to the extent that we can highlight, our experience with the Highlands application that came before us, or came before the COGCC back in the fall, and then, just the unique aspects of being adjacent to a federal Superfund site, strikes me as just a unique challenge that, if we don't have a seat at the table because, it's outside of our jurisdiction, that's something that I think that should be on the attention of the rulemakers, as highlighted by the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council motion that, approved the opposition to oil and gas drilling under Rocky Flats. Congressman Neguse just introduced a bill to oppose oil and gas activities on Superfund sites in general. I think the unique nature of Rocky Flats and the threat that it poses is worth the attention. So whichever the appropriate, maybe that's the public health and safety hearing, maybe it's the alternative site analysis, site analysis hearing, but emphasizing just the unique nature of the threat of Rocky Flats, disturbing that site, especially with horizontal drilling and fracking, is something that should be on the rulemakers' radar. So I'll defer to you, Matt, in terms of your recommendation as to when that's the best which is the best opportunity for us to present those concerns. And we don't have to talk about it necessarily right now if you want to think about it. But.
Well, again, given the fact that the stakeholder process hasn't even commenced yet, my sense is that it could be both in alternative site analysis as well as in the public health, safety, welfare, and environment. And if you wanted to have just that narrow focus of that, specific issue, that would certainly be something that you could do and would be very different than any other local government is bringing to the table. My sense is that once you got in, you would probably want to participate in all the relevant issues that affect local governments.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that we would do that to the exclusion of anything else. There's a lot of overlapping concerns, in terms of, how far things should be from schools and how far things should be from houses that are going to be common concerns in a lot of different jurisdictions. But I think the Rocky Flats issue is just something that we should be there to just sound the alarm about that issue. Because obviously it was just such a critical issue for our community in terms of coming out here and supporting, coming together as a community in opposition to that proposal.
Matt, is it too early in the process for you to have a sense of whether other local communities are going to be joining this process at the stakeholder level as a filing for party status, and just generally who you think is going to be filling that proverbial room? Is our voice needed? Is it going to add the value? Or are we going to be able to actually sway hearts and minds by going in there and telling our unique story that others might not necessarily have?
What's going to sway hearts and minds? I think that there is a role for Superior and other local governments that have heard from their constituents, their real concerns, and bringing those to the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission. My concern is, frankly, that particularly in all these rulemakings, local governments are going to sit on the sidelines because a lot of them feel that they've got this local control. They're, as Superior is, working on their own code revisions and feel that they're just going to take care of those things that are their backyard issues because they're going to have jurisdiction over those. Superior is uniquely positioned to not have, not be in a position to be able to protect its interests because of the unique situation in Rocky Flats and the possibility of, it not being in Boulder County, it being in Jefferson County, and Jefferson County not having regulations at the present time. It will fall into Colorado Gas Conservation Commission jurisdiction. So, as an example, that would be something that, would be unique to Superior. I think that it's likely that, as I said, the allied, what they're calling themselves the allied local governments, and I've worked with them all before, is Boulder County, City and County of Broomfield, Lafayette, Longmont, and Erie. There is also Weld County and a number of local governments on the Western Slope who have don't share your concerns about oil and gas development.
Right.
And we're going to be taking quite a different approach on all those issues as they relate to local governments. And so having a countervailing voice is going to be important.
So as far as the the level of resource and time commitment, if we were to go down the path of filing for party status, is that something where you as our representative take the bulk of that? Is there opportunity and or expectation that we, the local officials, are sitting in the room having those conversations as well? Just help us paint the picture of what the expectations are for that process along the way.
Well, my hope would be that you would want to be involved. Obviously, there is going to be the stakeholder process where Jeff Robbins is meeting, and other Colorado Gas Conservation Commission staff is meeting with local government officials and representatives, their legal representatives. But he's also been willing to come out and meet with town boards or meet with your staff, and to have those kind of one-on-one frank discussions alone with Jeff Robbins, is frankly far better in influencing regulations than, participating at the Colorado Gas Conservation Commission rulemaking, or at least as important. So again, getting in and talking with Colorado Gas Conservation Commission staff early and often is my best advice to make a difference in the rules.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm certainly willing. I work in Denver. It's not a big deal for me to go down to the rulemaking hearing and testify on behalf of the town. As a stakeholder, I'm certainly willing to go and speak. This board came together. This whole town came together, and it's so rare to have unanimity amongst a community and amongst a board. When Senate Bill 181 was going through the whole legislative process, Trustee Shah, Trustee Lish, myself, Mayor Folsom, we all went down and testified at the state capitol about the unique challenges that we were facing with the Rocky Flats drilling application, and it just seems like that was the first half, and now we're moving into the second half, and we need to finish the game, right? And so I certainly wouldn't want to not do our part in terms of playing the role to make sure that we're getting the best protections that we can get to protect the citizens here in Superior. So count me in for whatever you need me to testify for.
I want to follow that up a little bit because, as Senate Bill 181 sort of made its way through the factory, we had a lobbyist help us through there. And I'll be honest, I'm a little fuzzy on the rulemaking process, and, is there an advocate that we can work with to kind of, ensure that we're, showing up the right place at the right time? Like you mentioned the Alliance of Cities, or probably mixed it up already. Can a town join that? Can we bundle our interests in with others that share, a similar desire here, so we get some economies of scale relative to, the elected officials through, the Boulder Valley and neighboring areas, so that we can speak with one voice as much as possible. I'd love to meet with Mr. Robbins, and I know a number of folks here in the community would like to as well. I just want to be realistic. He's got a tremendous amount of work in front of him within the commission, and one-on-one meetings are going to destroy him in the next 24 months to get through this process. Unless we can sort of help advocate for a broader consortium of people along the way. Like, I'm open to anything, like whatever needs to be done. I'm happy to do it. I'm just trying to figure out how do we get the loudest voice, the biggest bang for the effort.
Yeah, so I've represented environmental organizations and local governments in every rulemaking since 2008. So I certainly know my way around the rulemaking process, and feel that you'll be well represented by me and in consortium with this Boulder County organizations. And that is also a easy way to limit costs, because we don't all have to reply to every oil and gas pre-hearing statement. We can share that load and share that burden and be more effective that way. I also feel that because there are unique issues in the Superior area and with Rocky Flats, that is a torch that Boulder County generally should be carrying for you and with you. And I think that they'd be willing to do that. So I think that there is something to be gained in putting in your chits, as it were, with Boulder County. I think that makes sense.
Thank you.
Okay, anything further? All right, Matt, we appreciate the update and good work.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. All right. All right, next up is our presentation by Airport Consultant.
Thanks, Mayor. Tonight, Jim Allardyce with ABC X2, which is our aviation consultant, is here tonight to provide a presentation update on potential short, medium, and long-term noise mitigation strategies that they have been working on. In addition, it's been mentioned tonight that the 24th, they have a community meeting in Louisville. And then they'll plan on wrapping up with the summary recommendations in August, which they'll be back to present to the town board. Jim, thanks for attending tonight.
My pleasure, as always.
Welcome.
Mayor, trustees, how are y'all tonight? I should say all y'all, that's actually plural for y'all. We get that from Atlanta. So anyway, here to go over a little bit about what we've been up to and kind of show you the process from this point forward as a review. First of all, let me just say that there are no conclusions, no recommendations at this point. This is still all part of the input process that we're going through. We are working with both the town of Superior and the city of Louisville, and one of the requests was that they're going to have a public input forum Wednesday night, and that we not have any formulated recommendations or anything until after all the input was gathered. And that means after Wednesday, we're going to start formalizing the documents with strategies and recommendations. So anyway, we're here as to talk about the flights from RMMA. We're identified hired to identify strategies for reducing aircraft noise and impacts. Today's briefing, like I said, initial strategy, high level focus, and solicit feedback. So far, we actually did some community engagement and industry engagement before the baseline assessment was completed. We did complete the baseline assessment. We're back into the community engagement piece, gathering information. We're going to, after Wednesday, start another industry engagement piece, and that's where we take a lot of the input that we've gotten back to industry, ATC, the airport, the airport advisory group, and all that, pilots, to find out which ones of these potential strategies are actually implementable. So far, we've done some work on frequently asked questions. That document is available on both cities' websites now. We had a dedicated website page with outgoing updates. We do have ongoing communication emails. We've both the town and the city have referred some emails to us to answer specifically, directly. We've done that. Participation in key RMMA regular meetings. We have done some of that up front, and we have some planned meetings that we're going to over the next month. And we're also trying to make robust notification of to the public of meetings up at the airport as well. What have we been hearing? This is basically the list of stuff that we've heard a lot about tonight. So everybody's pretty much familiar with that. That and any other input that we get between now and Wednesday will all be considered in our strategy and recommendations. So the 4 areas we're going to cover tonight is flight operations. We're going to do a little bit about regional collaboration, community outreach, and industry outreach. So flight operations, priority is reduce aircraft noise through mitigating practices and procedures, route aircraft away from residential areas when possible, and reduce nighttime operations. Those have been given to us as some of the highest priorities. Some of the strategies, high level, like I said, nothing is in concrete yet, but noise authorized arrival and departure procedures, we've looked at and are still looking at several routes that we can use for ingress and egress from the airport that would be more noise friendly. We also are looking at possibly a preferential runway use program. And again, I'll reiterate, this would not be a formal program. The formal programs are a thing of the past, basically. They're 1980s. Now, what you do is you get voluntary compliance with any of these programs, and the Flight Quiet program seeks to kind of evaluate the effectiveness of these things, and continuous ongoing engagement to try to make sure that we're reminding the flying community that, hey, this stuff matters to the communities around the airport. So runway rotation program, that's something they do at London Heathrow. So it's not an uncommon thing that they can do. Increasing aircraft altitudes on approach. One of the things that we have been told several times is that they see aircraft making long flat approaches coming in. And this is just as simple as fly the PAPI. The PAPI is Precision Approach Path Indicator. It's just a vertical glide slope to the runway that the pilots can fly visually. Discouraging nighttime operations. One of the things that's actually in the current noise abatement plan is close-in, tight, high patterns for touch and goes. If we can encourage that to the maximum extent possible, that'll help. Increasing pattern altitude for props and jets, that has been talked about, and it's definitely something that's a doable thing. And preferred arrival and departure routes for helicopters. I think for the most part, the routes that they use for the helicopters go south and west of the airport. I know there are some times where they fly over the town, but for the most part of their training and stuff, their areas are south and west of the airport. And preferred arrival and departure routes for helicopters, we said that, and early turns to avoid residential areas whenever possible.
Mr. Aller,
Ma'am.
Are you okay with questions during this, or did you want?
Absolutely.
So going back to that last slide, while I certainly agree with a lot of the ideas in there, to me they're not necessarily strategies so much as outcomes. Recognizing that all these are voluntary and that we don't have jurisdiction over our MMA, how would you actually suggest that we discourage nighttime operations, for example? Like, what's the actual strategy there?
Well, so when I think the idea is to ensure that you have ongoing communications with the airport and the Aviation Advisory Committee and the tenants of the airport. So the strategy is communication. Just pure and simple, is you have to communicate with those folks, and you have to encourage compliance with flight quiet programs. I think that there's a lot of effective programs that have monitoring capabilities. We have some resources that we can deploy to help with monitoring capabilities, so you can kind of keep a scorecard. But one of our key phrases is we always want to have meaningful and measurable results. So when you have something like that, discouraged nighttime operation, close, high, tight patterns and stuff like that, most of it is a matter of education. And I think, the cooperation that we've gotten so far has been that they want to be good neighbors. They just don't necessarily have all the information necessary to do that so far. It hasn't been included in their training as robustly as we think it should. And I think there's a lot of things that we can do just through ongoing communication and outreach with those folks.
So just sticking with the example of the nighttime operations, I think they're pretty aware of the fact that we don't like the flights at midnight and at 5 a.m.
Right.
So my thinking is if it were that easy for them to stop flying at 5 a.m., they would have already done so, given what an uproar we're in. Again, I understand that we can't enforce that, but what creative ways can we incentivize them to stop waking us up at 5 a.m.? That's really what I'm hoping to get out of this.
Right. Well, like I said, right now, there's no legal way of enforcing that.
Right.
I do know that a lot of airports have quiet times. Like we just had one up at Seattle that has a quiet time from
So
midnight to 5 a.m.
how exactly are those encouraged then? I mean, what is the incentive that we can provide the airport?
I just think it's ongoing communication, just to make sure that they're getting constant feedback from, all the groups involved.
So let me just piggyback on that. First, thanks for the good work, and I'll have lots of questions. So.
Sure.
But on the
And you have me at a disadvantage because I'm the ATC guy, not the community engagement guy. He's going to be here on Wednesday, so I'll give that little caveat.
and I know this is interim, and really appreciate the preview, and I think there's a lot of people from the community here for the preview as well. But I think, take the feedback that these really are desired outcomes. Sure. And when we think about a strategy to get to a desired outcome, I think there's a couple of different things that maybe you've touched on. For example, I'm a big believer, you talked about monitoring. I tend to believe that things you monitor, you'll see improved performance. Whether or not it's our kids, if you pay attention to their grades, then suddenly magically, their grades will start improving. In healthcare, if we start monitoring our own blood pressure and different things, we're going to see improved health. Generally, things that are monitored will be improved. So I think that is a strategy that I'd like to hear about, that you are monitoring things like the nighttime operations. I think that's good. Another strategy that I would suggest that I'd like you to consider is there anything that we talk about incentives or disincentives, is there anything from a legal perspective that you're aware of if the airport chose voluntarily to have a different rate schedule for flight operations? So there was a increased landing fee if you came in between the hours of 10 a.m. and 5 a.m. Is there anything in your experience legally that would prohibit the airport from adopting a different type of fee structure on those off hours?
I will take that as an IOU, because that's not my area of expertise. But, I will say that, any kind of curfew is,
I agree. So I'm not.
But incentivizing things like that, the legality of doing something like what you're talking about, I just don't know.
Right. So there's the biggest surprise. Quick soapbox here. The biggest surprise for me is sitting up here is what we can't do, right? Because we were elected to kind of legislate, and oil and gas comes in and they say, oh, sorry, you can't legislate oil and gas. That's, state. The telecommunication comes in and we're going to do something, spooky that I don't like with telecommunications. Say, sorry, there's nothing you can do about it. Even our development applications, when a developer comes in and has something that I don't think is necessarily smart growth, sorry, 2 boards ago agreed to a FTP, there's nothing you can do about it. I don't like our inability to legislate. I don't like the fact that we are being told there's nothing we could do. We've brought you on to give us creative strategies.
Yeah.
Let's hold applause, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clint. Not thank you there. So we're looking for you to give us those creative strategies. So please do, over the next couple of weeks, as you finalize this report, think about the box. And those are desired outcomes. A couple strategic things. Can you change that fees? Can you ask the airport to change a fee schedule? Can you deploy some monitoring program where, in your experience, you've seen some reporting, and what would that monitoring look like? So anyway, so I'll have a number of questions, but I thought Laura was on a good thought and wanted to piggyback that.
Yeah, Jason's actually watching this. Hi, Jason. So I'm sure he's taking copious notes to answer those questions, sir.
Okay.
Go? Okay. So regional collaboration and planning priorities here, strengthen relationships among municipalities in the airport, air traffic control, key industry leaders, participate in meetings to discuss development plans, community issues, and future airport master planning, establish regional planning forum to coordinate airport local land use planning, and assess existing and future noise impacts, flight patterns when addressing zoning and land use, and update Superior and Louisville websites to include aircraft overflight and noise information. So that's part of that tracking and monitoring piece that we talked about. And again, out of my element here a little bit on the land use, but that's really a big deal going forward, because there's not much we can do about the past, but you can have an effect on that in the future. And one of the things that is a good idea, if we can make it happen, is to work towards collaboration with all the municipalities that surround the airport, as well as the counties, and be very aware of any future airport master planning and the effects that that might have, and the things that they want to do with the land that the airport owns, and the things that you guys want to do with the land that you all own and or control via zoning. So I think that's one of the areas that that Jason is going to emphasize a lot going forward. He's got a lot of background and experience with this, and I think you can look forward to some interesting strategies there. So, community engagement, talked about this a little bit already, providing opportunities for the community to express concerns and ask questions. That really needs to be an ongoing thing. Provide opportunities to increase public understanding of aviation operations, regulations, stakeholder roles, what can and cannot be done and why, and what's being done to reduce noise impacts. That's basically exactly what you were saying. FAA's primary mandate is air safety and air commerce. That means the deck is already stacked against you. So the only regulations that they do is to promote those things. So they promote air commerce. And so, having community input also probably needs to stretch into legislation, not necessarily at local or state level, but national level. So the one thing that we can't do is we can't change the laws, rules, or regulations, but we can help to ensure that those that are on the books are followed. So we can look at that perspective, but the changing of those rules is something that almost has to happen nationally. So
I think that's a great point for one of the questions I had. I don't know if you had a chance to watch our public comment earlier this evening. We had a member from the public, Mr. Jim Shima. He referenced specific data that he's been gathering relating to the ranging of the altitude of aircrafts coming into RMMA. I think that as you develop your final recommendations, this might be great data for you guys to actually have in your possession and review and analyze whether or not we are complying with laws that are on the books. Is the best way for Mr. Shima to get that data to you by sending it to the airport at superiorcolorado.gov address, or?
They can. We've been taking input through Patrick, so they can email to Patrick and he can send it to us.
That address?
That would be awesome. That
airport at superiorcolorado.gov.
Yeah.
So can I follow up on that?
Please.
One of the things that I've observed, and I know I'm a novice in all this, but I know more today than I did 6 months ago, and I've both been on the experience side of the airplane noise as well as the experience side of hearing a lot of complaints, and some positive feedback too. A lot of comments around I really like the noise. But one of the things that, no, seriously, a lot of people not like the noise, but there are people out there that like the planes. And I think that's great. I like the planes too. Let me just quickly say that, I like the airport. I like the military planes, as much as I did today when I was 12, right? I like the slurry bombers thinking they're going to do something cool. I like the research planes from NCAR and UCAR knowing that they're going to do some amazing research. I have no objection to the commercial flights. I have no objection to the hobbyists that are out there. I don't even object to the flight schools, right? When the flight school leaves, I'd like to wave from my front yard and think, okay, I've got 55 minutes of peacefulness before they return. And unfortunately, that's not the case. But I guess my observation is the complaints themselves, they don't seem to be logged in any amount of detail. There doesn't seem to be any follow-up. So when I look at, for example, an airport in Truckee, California, outside of Lake Tahoe, And that's an airport that's also going through tremendous growth, right? It's
Yes,
only
sir.
has, I think it has 20 or 30,000 flight ops today.
Full disclosure, one of our clients as well.
So it's going to go up to about, thank you, I didn't know that. I think it's going to go up to about 120,000 flight ops in about 15 or 20 years. Do I
Yes,
have
sir.
those numbers about right? Directionally? Every complaint that's logged is followed up on. And it's all posted on the website. You know exactly what the weather was, you know who the aircraft was, you know what the owner was, and there's a closed loop communication.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I hold Truckee up as an example quite often of what a noise program should be. I think they do a phenomenal job. We actually were not hired to go in there to do anything with their noise program because it was already in place and it was already very robust. Our work with them has just been developing flight procedures. They had specific noise-sensitive areas, i.e. neighborhoods, that they wanted flight procedures designed to miss. And so that's what we're helping them do.
So I'd like, again, as you think about deploying strategies, and it's good news that you're a consultant there, so you know that team well. But in my little bit of research, and again, a complete novice, I think it's really tremendous where all that data are available for the public to go and see, okay, it was, and it's, it's not flight aware type data, and it's, good luck trying to figure it out. And if it says it's at, 6,000 feet, maybe it was at 65, it's, who knows, right? This is accurate data, or at least data as represented through there. So through flight operations. So I think that is a model that I think when you're thinking about strategies to recommend, talking about the complaints, there's a lot of, to me, there seems to be confusion. People come to the board with a complaint, and I say, well, thank you for the complaint, but please call RMMA. People then get upset that, why are you referring people to RMMA? Well, there's not very much we could do. I've heard anecdotally that people have complained to RMMA, and they say, well, if it's an altitude issue or it's a flight operation issue, there's not any, or it's not a flight operation, there's nothing we could do. You should complain to the FAA. The FAA anecdotally is then pointing people back to RMA. These are anecdotes.
Right.
If it was Truckee, then I would have that closed loop communication, and this person called at this day at 9:31 a.m. Somebody investigated, and there was a closed loop, and it was then referred to FAA. I think that's a model that we need to consider.
Yeah, I think if you have data on aircraft that you can actually show a violation of an FAR, and you can refer it to the Flight Standards District Office, then enforcement action can be taken. But without that, it's like the only other way to do it is you stand in your backyard with binoculars so you can read the tail number and take pictures. I mean, that's just not a really practical way of doing things.
And I suggest it's not always enforcement is a big, scary word, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think about the impacts we had through the Environmental Protection Agency and the changes we've had through voluntary programs. So when we think a lot about energy efficiency and the refrigerators that we have today and the light bulbs, those weren't mandatory enforcement issues. Those are through programs like Energy Star and Green Lights and voluntary programs that the EPA had. So I think I just want to be a little careful with the word enforcement, because I don't think we're really talking about enforcement. But when two more seconds. But when I look at the Tahoe, that pilot will be contacted and say, are you aware of the Fly Quiet voluntary program? And maybe it's just a voicemail. And guess what? If that pilot is getting 7 phone calls a week from the tower, reminding them about the Fly Quiet program, and those data are available on a website with the pilot's name, then maybe that pilot's behavior might change. Less about enforcement, more about a voluntary program.
Absolutely.
Another strategy that I think we'd like you to deploy.
Yeah, and the mention of enforcement was not an advocacy. It was just simply, it's very, very difficult to get an enforcement in the first place. So what you're saying is absolutely correct. Is a robust voluntary program such as they have at Truckee can be effective.
Perfect.
So let me ask a follow-up question. Really good points, Kevin. Really. Thank you for that. I think that was really well said. let me pose a hypothetical. And you know, this is one of the problems that I think we're facing here on the board is we've got, you know, an active and engaged community coming to us saying, you know, help us. We've got planes flying that are, you know, way too loud for way too long at hours that are really affecting our quality of life. And that's one issue, right? And then you've got planes that are flying way too low, apparently, right? And then that to me is a more concerning safety issue, right? You know, one is a nuisance issue and a quality of life issue. One is actually, you know, a matter of safety. Let's just say hypothetically, you have an airport that is a rogue airport and has absolutely no concern for what the surrounding communities, the surrounding public would voice concerns about, right? You don't have a Truckee situation where they're actually responding in a closed loop pattern and actually responding to every single complaint. They're just receiving complaints and it's going into the circular file. They're not responding to it. They're not respecting the community. What can and what should the response be to the community? Because I don't think it's an appropriate response for us to say to the community, sorry, we don't have jurisdiction over the airport. It's outside of the town of Superior. It's governed by federal law. They can do whatever they want. That's not what the community wants to hear. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to us. We don't want to give false hope. You know, somebody said something about false hope earlier today. So, you know, in this hypothetical where you have this rogue airport that where people are actually violating, you know, the safe, you know, elevation altitude approaches, who's the appropriate person to call? Is it Congressman Neguse? Is it Senator Bennett and Senator Gardner's office? Is it the FAA? Is it this regional office of the FAA? Is it the airport? You know, who should we be telling the public to call to actually appropriately direct these concerns?
Well, I don't like
There's got to be somebody.
I don't like hypotheticals. Well, let me just say this: all of the above. And I know it sounds trite, but really that is the answer. It is, if such an airport exists, it's grassroots efforts that, you know, I mean, you have enough people that go to enough agencies with enough concerns that eventually something will change. I don't think we have that here. I really don't. I think that we haven't had a full opportunity to engage and even get some of this stuff tried out, you know? To go from where we're at now to something like what the folks at Truckee enjoy is going to take time and effort. It really will. So far, our efforts have not been stonewalled. We have been invited in. We have sat down with the aviation advisory folks. We have laid out some higher level strategies than this, and we have a commitment to go back to them with some recommendations and some strategies to say, of all these things, what do you all think is implementable? Then it'll be our responsibility to come back to you and say, these are the things that the industry agrees they could implement. The quote unquote low-hanging fruit that we've been talking about. Then what we're going to ask you guys is to prioritize those. What do you want to put your time and effort into? And that would be the follow on, the next step, the implementation. How do we get there? So I think we're not there yet. And you know, I think everything that's going on here, just the awareness that has been generated by you guys hiring us and the activities that we've done over the last few months, has grown quite a bit. So, that's a good thing. Information is always a good thing. Participation is a wonderful thing. You get people that are active in the community that want to participate and want to come up with solutions. That's a great thing. So if we can keep that going and keep it channeled into a positive vein, I think that we can accomplish some of the things. So,
Yeah, and I get that, and you know, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the efforts that you guys are undertaking in meeting with RMMA and trying to build a bridge with them and trying to get you know, some meeting of the minds here as to, you know, how we can coexist and be good neighbors. And you spoke about, you know, voluntary compliance, and that to me is, you know, ultimately where I think that this is all going to land, and you know, that to me is going to be unpalatable for a lot of us and a lot of the community.
Sure.
Because it's voluntary compliance, and you know
unfortunately, right now, it's the only game in town.
Right, but to me, you know, so the noise and the safety issues are two separate things, right? So, you know, I can ask the questions: you know, does RMMA recognize that there is a noise problem? Does
Yes.
Air traffic control recognize that there's a noise problem?
Yes.
Did they just figure out that there's a noise problem based on this research, or were they aware of it prior to that?
The information that I got was that they have a noise abatement program in place. It is not.
And did they believe it was working properly?
No, they did not.
Okay.
Do the flight schools think that there's a noise problem?
That's part of the issue, is whether or not they understand that it exists, and whether or not they are training to comply.
Okay, so have you had those conversations yet with the flight schools?
Again, yes, at a very high level we have, but these are the types of conversations that we're going to go back and have with them over the next month, because those are the recommendations that we have to vet through that whole process with the Aviation Advisory Committee, of which the flight schools and some of the tenants are part of that board. So, and this one right here, I mean, this is y'all, right? This is your community members involved in these types of boards. I don't know.
Correct, and we've asked to be included in that board, and we've been told that the town of Superior cannot be included as a part.
That's true, but this is something that we're trying to work towards.
And so again, I'm very eager for us to work toward that. I think that's phenomenal, but I keep seeing all of these as goals, which I think we could have stated 2 months ago that these were our goals. What I'd really like to see is how are we actually going to achieve these goals?
Well, and again, I would say that we had been specifically told to stand down on putting together the strategies until after the meeting on Wednesday.
And who specifically said that?
We got direction from the city of Louisville.
Because that's something that I said right when we first had you in and you presented to us. I said, I really don't want to spend the money and stick with this current state analysis of what's wrong. I want this to focus on solutions. We know what's wrong, and yes, there's definitely value in codifying it. I think you've done a fantastic job in that. But if this project doesn't result in a list of actual strategies to resolve it that, to Mr. Walker's point earlier, are within the legal confines of what we can and can't do.
Right.
I mean, I'm going to be really disappointed if we end up with explore interest groups rather than what's an actual strategy to say, hey, I'm going to make up something ridiculous right now, but if we were to say, hey, RMMA Superior would like to be a part of it, we will financially incentivize you to let us be a part of it. Not saying we do that, but some sort of strategy is what we need.
Right.
So, can I just...
well, yeah, and just let me address that. I just want to say again that, you know, when we were called and asked to come out to this meeting, I said specifically, hey, they're going to sit up there and they're going to ask us what are the strategies. And the problem is like I said, we were specifically told to stand down on coming up with these strategies until we had the sum total of the input. The survey that we did closed on the 12th, and the input is going to close on Wednesday. That's our next thing, is to go through and develop these things and then come back and report out to you guys on the 19th. Between now and then, we're going to have engagement with all these entities over at the airport and try to nail down what can be done and the strategy to get there. So
the flights, so, you know, before Laura asked her questions, and we were asking, does Rocky Mountain recognize that noise is a problem? You said yes. Does air traffic control recognize that noise is a problem? You said yes. And I asked, do the flight schools recognize that noise is a problem? And you said you're going to have these ongoing dialogues over the next month with the flight schools. which is good. I'm glad you're going to have that, and I hope you implore upon them and emphasize that noise is a problem. If they're not recognizing it now, hopefully they will after you meet with them. The follow-up to all of those questions is for each of those actors, whether it's the airport, air traffic control, or the flight schools, is do they care? And because it's one thing to recognize that noise is a problem, it's another thing to say, I don't care because I'm going to hide behind FAA regs and I'm not going to listen to, local municipalities that don't have any teeth. And that's fair. If that's going to be the position, let us know that. And ultimately, in the report that you generate, I'm looking forward to seeing it in August when it gets presented to us. I would like to see contact. Here's Congressman Negus's number. Here's Senator Bennett's office's number. Here's Senator Gardner's office's number. Here's the FAA hotline. Here's the FAA email address. Here are the contact information for all the applicable agencies that we should know about, so we can give that as a resource to the community, so they can, in the event and I'm not talking about noise necessarily here, now I'm talking about the safety issues. If you have that situation where you've got a true safety concern and an airport and an air traffic control and a flight school that they are dropping the ball and they're causing an unsafe condition, we need to have the information necessary to go to the appropriate actors who can actually do something. Because I refuse to accept the idea that there is nothing that we can do and that voluntary compliance is all that we're going to do. Because if you have a repeat offender airport that is allowing, and this is a hypothetical, and I'm not saying that they are, but if you had a situation where you've got a repeat offender who is causing an unsafe condition, I am sure that the FAA is not going to be happy with that. And they're not going to allow it to continue, and it needs to be brought to their attention. And it needs to be brought to their attention in a manner that makes an impact.
Well, and I don't have the number right on me, but the Flight Standards District Office is the phone number you call if you have a safety issue. I don't know what the local number is.
And just so everyone knows, I have called that number and I've talked to the FAA, on a couple of occasions, and I got to say they are completely receptive to conversations. They treat themselves as a policeman of the sky. I don't know if that's an apt analogy, but it is part of what I wanted to ask you as coordination with the ATC, because they specifically investigated my call and they came back and said it didn't break procedure. However, it may break procedure if the ATC asks it to, and that's a black hole for me. Between what is it, Regulation 91.119, that 1,000 to 500 feet, except on approach, right? So with these flight schools,
that's necessary for takeoff and landing.
Right. So with these flight schools that are constantly on takeoff and approach, it gets very murky to me in terms of, what is the required height, given where our neighborhoods are relative to that airport.
Right.
The 500,000 feet, they really don't even pertain, because most of those pads are constantly on takeoff or approach. So given that, what degrees of freedom do we even have here in conjunction with the ATC? And this is the one case where I kind of absolve the airport of responsibility here, because they are really not responsible, because at least what the FAA told me is, in this case, it's really between the pilot and the ATC. So, I'd love to know, what options do we, you did have a couple things on the earlier slides about, asking or, suggesting that the pilots increase and decrease altitude, fly the PAPI. Those are both, again, voluntary. But, again, if you're on takeoff or approach, given the altitude of the airport and the relative height of our homes, there's not a lot of degrees of freedom. I was just looking at the Truckee Air website. They've got a lot of really nice, flash animation on paths that the planes can take. And it's some aspect of that, I think will help to alleviate some of the concern here. Because if you are always, if you're doing a really tight loop over these neighborhoods, and you're on a constant approach or takeoff, there's maybe one or two routes that actually even work. So, it's scratching my head.
Yeah. One of the things that I will say is that the air traffic control tower will not authorize breaking an FAR. Okay. Their sole purpose is separation of aircraft on the runways and giving traffic advisories for aircraft within the airspace about 5 miles around the airport. What they do is they call sequencing. And if somebody's taken off and there's an aircraft entering the pattern on the downwind, they say follow that aircraft. That may cause the airplane to extend it's upwind, which means it's going to fly over Superior to get up there and follow that aircraft. That's a circumstance in which that may happen. Other strategies for avoiding Superior, I mean, those are discussions that we're going to have with the FAA to, say, hey, when you can do this, please do this, authorize this. A standard crosswind turn, generally speaking, requires the aircraft to cross the departure end of the runway before they make a crosswind turn. There's only some certain conditions, certain weather conditions, wind conditions, temperature conditions at this altitude where aircraft are going to be able to make that crosswind turn and avoid the city. The only thing that we can ask is that, number one, to the maximum extent possible, allow that. And number two, the education piece is to get to the flight schools and stuff like that and say, when safety permits, do this, there's other things that, just nuanced things that we can do that may help that. But like I said, I don't want to get into the weeds.
Yeah. So a couple questions.
Sir.
I want to talk about the flight schools, but before I do so, I just want to say I just heard a strategy, which is engage the FAA, which is great because I don't think I remember reading that on the report. I pre-read the report, and I didn't see that in the report. I think that's an example of a strategy, right? So including them in the conversation, I think is good.
Oh, yes, sir. Yeah,
I don't even think I read that. So
we're going to have a conversation with the tower manager. Absolutely.
Great.
We've already arranged that.
Perfect. So I've got a couple flight school related questions.
Yes, sir.
So I get that airplanes make noise, right? And if I had a bunch of money, I'd go and buy a newer airplane, probably not one from the 70s. And I think there has been enough changes in the technology and just the weight of these airplanes that the older planes are going to make a lot more noise than the newer planes. Is that a safe assumption?
Generally speaking, I would say that's a fair statement.
So is there some change during this? Was there additional noise control that was deployed some point in the 70s? Did I hear that planes before a certain date are going to just logically have less noise suppression than planes that were built after that particular date?
Well, I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that certain types of aircraft with certain types of engines are louder. In other words, like some of the biplanes that have the radial engines, they're louder. Some of the older, like Cessna Skywagons and stuff like that, they're louder. They just have louder engines as opposed to aircraft that have been built more recently.
And we don't have many biplanes here, and I get some communities that have biplane clubs are an issue. We don't have many here, so I don't think that's...
We did see one take off when we were over at the airport a few weeks back that has a radial engine, and he was very loud.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But I think that's an example of, just again, I want to go back to the importance of deploying strategy, your recommendations for deployment of strategy. So an example, I've got a couple things I want to talk about. An example of a strategy for if one of the flight schools had a plane that voluntarily had some additional noise suppression, or was a plane of a certain category that didn't have as much noise. If that flight school, or if RMA had a decreased tenant rate for that additional plane, that would be great. Guess what? I think you could probably come to the town of Superior, Louisville, maybe Westminster, and some other towns saying, if it's going to cost us if we could solve this problem and it costs us a few $1,000s because we are rebating something back to the flight school, that's a type of strategy that we would like to consider. So again, these are just ideas that I've talked to probably dozens or scores of members of the community. A lot of people have ideas and strategies, so I'm not thrilled the fact that you've been told to sort of stand down on the strategies until this session on Wednesday, because there's a lot of strategies that people have, and hopefully the Wednesday session will be well attended. But I want each of these strategies to be considered. And one possible strategy was provide financial incentives to the flight schools to get planes that make less noise. And if that incentive is provided by our MMA or the neighboring towns, I think that's something that we would consider.
Yes, sir.
Second, I want to talk about the touch and goes for a minute. So we talk a lot about flight operations, and I haven't been able to get this answer, and I think I emailed Matt a few weeks ago to email you. Flight operations that are approaching 200,000 flight operations. If a single plane takes off and flies for 50 minutes, and in that 50-minute period does, so my math is easy, 8 touch and goes, single takeoff, 8 touch and goes, 1 landing, total of 10 interactions with the tower, I suppose. How many flight operations is that?
10.
That's 10 separate flight
Yeah,
operations.
a touch and go is 2 flight operations. It's an arrival and a departure.
So then it would actually be 20.
Well, so you have the initial departure.
Or 18.
Yeah, the initial departure.
Okay.
Right? 8 touch and goes, which is, yeah. And then, yes, and then 2, and then the arrival. So 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was unable to get the answer to that, so
Yeah.
that's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you look in the baseline report that we did, we broke a traffic count down, and the ones that were categorized as local operations, those are the touch and goes, just so you know. That's how they're counted. So.
Okay.
Matt, question for you. Has a standalone email gone out via the town listserv to let residents know about the meeting in Louisville on Wednesday night?
It was included in the.
I know it was in the Monday Digest,
Yeah.
which I love.
I'd have to go back and look. I don't
Okay.
know.
Can we make sure to get a standalone email out to the listserv?
Sure.
I think, I love the Monday Digest. I think it's really helpful. I think people sometimes miss the info that's in that and in the Sentinel. But when we send a standalone thing where the subject line is airport meeting, or for that matter, like the Happy City meeting tomorrow, I know that just went out tonight.
Right,
I'd
yeah.
like to see if we can get those out a little bit sooner if possible.
And it may have. I'd have to go back and look, but
Okay.
we can definitely get one out tomorrow.
Yeah, if it hasn't, then tomorrow would be great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next. We already talked about some of these priorities and some of the things that we're going to do. Engage the alphabet groups, the FAST team, FAA's safety team, briefings. They put out mailers to all the pilots. So a lot of times if you get a FAST team briefing, you can get a whole bunch of folks all at once. So these are things that we've pretty much covered every one of these already. So rather than beat a dead horse, we just talked about all of those. And let's see. Next step, doing what we're doing tonight, compile community input, feedback from y'all into the strategy development, finalize short, medium, long-term strategies for reducing aircraft noise impact. The short, medium, and long-term, that's part of the strategy, but the other thing is priority. So we're going to say, okay, these are your short-term ones, these are medium-term ones. Which ones are your highest priority? Which ones do you want us to go after first? And that's going to be a question that we're going to ask back to y'all. Develop implementation plan with input from industry leaders, including the airport, air traffic control, flight schools, et cetera. This is what we're going to actually do. A lot of that engagement to figure out which of these strategies are implementable. And we're going to be doing a lot of that talking over the next month. And then support, monitor, implementation, keeping the community informed through the process. This is a follow-on activity to the previous ones. So
Jim, before we move from this slide.
Yes, sir.
First, I appreciate that you actually are not talking to us about solutions tonight. I think it is important to go through the entire process to hear what's said on Wednesday. And more importantly, I won't say more importantly, but equally importantly, what you hear from the industry over the coming month. Because one of the questions I'm going to ask you when you guys come back to us with these final solutions is, what do you already have buy-in from the pilot community, from RMA, tell me, is this actually something that if we move forward, are they going to actually want to implement this? So I appreciate that we are actually not talking about our solutions tonight, and that you're saving that until we actually can answer these questions of what's going to actually be able to be successful. But what I will really, really hope to see in that meeting is what is the effectiveness level. And I can't tell you what that's going to look like right now, but based off the metric you come in with, is it going to be, we're going to reduce flights? Is it flights are 20 miles away from the home, so we've changed flight patterns? Help me make sure we can understand exactly what it is we're accomplishing with each of these, and if that's going to bring the desired level of effect that we're hearing from our community. So just as from a framing standpoint, I appreciate where we're at, and I hope that's where we get when we see you next.
Yes, sir. That has been our goal all along, to give you meaningful, measurable results. All right. Like we talked about, the open house is Wednesday. They left one out of there. Starting the 25th through the 18th is that's when we're going to do the industry engagement. We're going to go back, talk to the airport, talk to the tower, talk to the flight schools, and try to get those questions answered for you, sir. August 19th, we report out to you. August 20th, we report out to Louisville. If there are any questions or concerns that come out of either of those two meetings, they will be rectified and included in the final report submitted on August 30th.
Jim,
sir.
So our second meeting in August is August 26th, not the 19th.
Yeah, we don't have a meeting on the 19th.
Okay.
So I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
And then I guess
So will that be the 26th then?
Unless you want to have a special meeting on the 19th.
I would love a special meeting on the 19th, but
So moved. No.
So on the, well, I mean, other people,
But I mean, will you be able to be back
we'll
here on
double
the
check
26th
those
if Louisville's the 20th?
dates. We will double check those dates and I'll get back to you on that.
one of the things I talked about this briefly. We had a work session, I think, as you know, with the HOA, and I mentioned this during that, and I also talked about it on the first Friday, which is kind of an informal thing we do as the community. Louisville, through their Engage Louisville portal, put out a abbreviated survey. I heard about it anecdotally, just through a neighbor, and that residents of Superior were invited to participate. I thought, well, that's sort of cool. And not only were we invited to participate, but there was actually a drop-down box, where do you live, Louisville or Superior? Because somebody's going to parse the data that way.
The Bang the Table survey?
Right.
Yes, sir.
And so, but was that developed by you, or was that developed by somebody in?
It was developed by us.
Yeah, so I guess a little bit of frustration on my end, and I think it's, I don't know what to do about it, but we didn't push that out to any. I mean, I think the residents in Louisville will have, I'm not saying they'll have a positive experience universally, but their experience is going to look different than the experience of our MMA in Superior. And frankly, residents that are south of Colton may have a different experience than residents that are north of Colton. And it was an opportunity with that survey, because it did parse the data by Louisville or Superior, what part of town, and we didn't know about that, to push that out. So maybe missed opportunity. I don't think you have a time machine on you, so nothing you could do about it, but maybe we could just keep the data from that survey that's open, and then maybe even after the final report is submitted, or I don't know, but somehow reopening that survey where we're then supplementing the data that's available, because I don't want to do another survey, but I wouldn't mind reopening that survey, and I assume it was just SurveyMonkey, which is as easy as just, open it up again, and then supplementing that data to see if the results change at all, because I think it may be a bit skewed in that it wasn't pushed out to the community. And I mean it's skewed not necessarily in a...
It's not representative.
Yeah, not in a favorable way, but frankly, even residents that are frustrated that this is taking time. We get feedback that it's frustrated appears to be a priority for the board, frustrated that we're spending money on consultants. I want to hear that, and we missed an opportunity.
I don't know. I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I don't know. I know the survey was coordinated between both the town and the city.
Right.
And my understanding was that there was an email list that it was supposed to have been sent out on, informing folks that the survey was available.
Well,
We were not directly responsible for mailing out or informing the community. All we did was develop the survey.
Which is good.
Yeah, we were not directly responsible for putting that information
So
out.
I don't think that this is like a deal breaker. I mean, I think, it's an easy fix. Like, let's just look into this to see it. I don't recall seeing an email or anything like that inviting people to participate in this survey. And if that's the case, I mean, maybe look at the data and see, what kind of response rate you actually got from Superior residents. And if it looks pretty low, let's just reopen the survey, send it out to Superior residents and see the data that you get. And to the extent that you need to cull it based on the date of the responses to preserve the integrity of the original responses, so be it. But at least you'll get a data set from Superior.
Well, and we've been collecting data from our residents beginning in early 2018.
Yeah, but not on this survey.
Not on this survey,
Yeah,
but
so
we have been
need to get
collecting data
responses.
from residents.
We need to get responses to this survey.
It's a structured, the data, it's not, it's well done, and it's probably less than 10 questions, and it's, what do you think? Do you, on a scale of 1 to 5, how troubled by this are you? And if you're troubled, what type of airplane noise, or what is it safety? Is it noise? If it's noise, do you know the source of aircraft? What are the times of day? It was really well done. And so I think you just got a good suggestion from Mark. And if we're going to slow down your results, I don't think we need to do that, or we're going to screw up the data. But let's just look at the data. If it's not representative of Superior, let's open it back up. And Matt's got great people on the team that could help push that out.
Well, let me say this. I will look, and I'm sure Jason is looking as we speak, but to see how much of a response rate we got from Superior. But this whole thing, it's like you've heard the term a living document. This is a living process, right? It's not going to end August 30th.
I hear you, Jim. It's just we are.
Yeah.
There probably aren't. There's a lot of engaged people about this. The people in this room, both up here and there, are representative of the most engaged members of the community. And that survey was a surprise to a number of us on the board. And the engaged people that are not elected that I talked to on Friday were also surprised by the survey.
Okay.
And it was one day. So I understand it's a living process, but we're going to establish the baseline from which we're going to move. And I think collecting those data as part of the baseline is important to us.
And if you guys, if you want us to reopen the survey, I'm sure we can do that.
Thanks.
So one other thing, with reopening the survey, feedback that I got was with it being hosted on the Louisville website, having a login for Louisville members, I had several Superior residents say, oh, is this not for us? This isn't for Superior residents. This is the Louisville survey. We must be getting our Superior survey at a later date, and then it didn't come. So I would really encourage you, when we reopen it, let's also make it clear, hey, this isn't hosted by Louisville. This is for Superior residents to participate as well.
Yeah, you got to be in the survey to figure that out, right? Because I thought I was.
I tried to get into the survey, and it said, oh, log into your Louisville.
Yeah, you're Engaged Louisville. I created
Exactly.
an account on Engaged Louisville thinking I was doing something wrong.
Right.
And I was like, where do you live? Superior Louisville. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not breaking the rules.
And I
It is a
didn't
little-
get that far. I said, oh, you need a Louisville account. I'm not doing it, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any more questions? I think we've answered or asked. Hold on. We did the public comment before. We typically don't do public comment and Q&A during the presentation segment. So I don't know if the board's pleasure is to hear a round of public comment. I mean, we can do that, but that's typically not.
I'm not sure I want to weigh in one way or another on the public comment, but I will say that, what I'll give Ken kudos. Every time, before Ken was elected, when he would make his public comment, he'd say, here are the questions that you as the trustees should be asking the person who's presenting to you. And that's the type of public comment that I always really appreciated. And so whether or not we allow public comment or not tonight, we're all very available. We all have a very public presence on Facebook or somewhere else. You could email any one of us. And I would really appreciate just any feedback in terms of, you know, we're spending money on Jim and he's doing a nice job. Tell us if you're thinking we're asking the wrong questions or heading down the wrong path. Tell us, please, and make some suggestions.
And show up on Wednesday night, because it is for both cities,
right?
Towns and city.
Yeah, we, just to follow up on that, we definitely do want to hear from everybody. It's just kind of procedurally, we've got a number of other things on the agenda that are going to take a good bit of time. So please do let us know, email, calls, any method you choose, and we will hear it. We will take it into consideration, and absolutely the discussion's not over yet. So, all right, anything further from the board?
Quick question, I promise. You know, relative to the budget that we scaled down back, you know, earlier, how are you doing relative to all of that? Because, you know, I know we scaled down a lot of your scope of work, and as we've gone through this presentation, I kind of think back to what we stripped out, you know, from one of your, well, we approved a budget, but there was also a previous scope of work that was significantly greater, and we scoped it down. But, you know, relative to that, you know, the work product under the $30,000, how are you doing relative to that budget? And, you know, because I think what should come out of the final report is the next stage for what the towns between Superior and Louisville may want to engage you for. And of course, we as a town have a big open question with respect to Jefferson County and the airport itself in terms of who wants to pay. Director Anslow was very ambivalent about who should be paying. Obviously, our taxpayers are paying for it right now, but I want to make sure that you guys have what you need.
Yes, sir. Yeah, everything that you saw in the presentation, with the exception of this last bullet, is within the budget and within the time frame stated.
Okay.
Caveat to that is I'm taking as a direction to reopen the survey.
Right.
We will coordinate through staff unless you also have direction on that as to how long it should be open for. And if any of those timelines need to be adjusted because of that, we will coordinate that as well.
Okay.
But other than that, everything is within budget through August 30th, and the rest of the last bill that we're going to send you is not until after all this is done.
Okay. All right, thank you.
If the rest of the board agrees, I'd suggest reopening the survey, but not spending time retabulating the results or anything like that, so that you can leave it open right up through the end, and then we can at least see the summary. But I think we all agree it's probably not going to change the outcome. It's more just to have that documented.
And put it up on your website?
Yes, please. Okay. Or a neutral website, but just something where people aren't trying to log into Louisville and getting confused.
Right, right. Yeah,
Yep, no way now. Got it. Thanks.
Okay, anything further? All right. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. All right, next.
Well done.
Thank you. All right, next up on our agenda is the consent agenda. We have items A, B, and C. We've pulled item 3D, so we'll do items A, B, and C. We do have a proclamation for the 150th anniversary of the Boulder County Fair, which is item 3C, which would someone on the board like to read that, or I can read it? Okay, Kevin will read.
Proclamation 150th anniversary of the Boulder County Fair. A proclamation 150th anniversary of the Boulder County Fair. Whereas the Boulder County Fair is celebrating its 150th anniversary, and whereas the Boulder County Fair is the oldest county fair in the state of Colorado, and Whereas the Boulder County Fair provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fully relish our past and our future together as one community, and whereas today we value many of the same things that our ancestors did, including growing and raising our own food, sewing our own clothing, making meals, and creating other daily essentials, recognizing the role of agriculture, education concerning the latest trends, gathering together as a community, and celebrating families. Now, therefore, the town of Superior, Colorado hereby does proclaim August 2nd through the 11th to be recognized as the countywide celebration of the Boulder County Fair. In witness thereof, we have set by Mayor Folsom's hand, caused the seal of the town of Superior to be affixed on this 22nd date of July 2019.
Thank you. All right, do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 3A, B, and C? Motion by Trustee Ryan, second by Trustee Shaw. All those in favor? Right. Okay, why don't we pause on that and we'll make sure we get Ken. Right. Go ahead.
It's very fancy. I understand.
All right, we are back. We just had a motion and a second to approve consent agenda A, B, and C. All those in favor? Okay, motion passes unanimous. And for item 3D, Mark, you pulled that item?
Yep. So I pulled this because I didn't want to vote on it during the consent agenda. I also wanted to just make it clear that the clarification to the purchase and sale agreement for the former Land Rover property is just clarifying the legal description of the property so that it includes Lot 1, which it currently includes, but also now Lot 1A. And Lot 1A is the little section of the parking lot to the south of the Starbucks and the Rock Creek School, those two buildings. So there's a little sliver of the parking lot that is not originally connected to Lot 1, but we're purchasing both of them. We're getting Lot 1, we're getting Lot 1A, all in this single transaction for the same purchase price.
That's correct.
And that's the only clarification.
That's correct. And just to clarify, excuse me, we're going to modify this legal description again slightly because it's slightly different in some other records. But yes, it's going to include 1 and 1A, but you're approving in substantially the form attached. It will be in substantially the form attached, but it's going to look slightly different, but it is Lot 1 and 1A.
Okay, thank you. Kendra, to clarify, there was no further negotiation. This was a correction of a administrative.
Correct. We all intended to cover both, and it just was omitted in the legal description that was attached to the purchase and sale agreement.
Thank you.
And I will say that we received the preliminary report that you'll be getting in the next couple of days from our building inspection, and we didn't see anything that would cause us to not recommend moving forward with this purchase. So you'll be receiving that in the next couple of days.
Okay.
All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-42, Series 2019, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a First Amendment to Settlement Agreement and Purchase and Sale Agreement with Centennial Venture One LLC.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lisa, second by Trustee Hammerly. All those in favor? All right, passes unanimous. All right, that is it for the consent agenda. We'll move on now to item number 4, which is adoption of a resolution approving a ditch crossing agreement between South Boulder and Coal Creek Irrigation Ditch Company, BC Lanterns, Rock Creek LLC, and the Town of Superior.
Thank you, Mayor. This was an item that was tabled from the last board meeting. Staff had discussions with officers of the ditch company about the indemnification language. They continue to maintain their position that it's needed. We did request one of the officers, at least one of the officers, attend tonight's meeting to have discussions with the board and answer questions. They agreed at that time, which was last week, and then we received an email tonight around 5 o'clock saying they had changed their mind and they were not going to attend. They felt their position, I guess, was clear from the agreement as it stands. So they will not be in attendance tonight. And maybe the town attorney do you have any additional?
I did not receive any notification from their attorney that they would not be here. He did commit to me that they would be here with him. So it's as much of a surprise to me as it is to you that they're not here.
Can I ask a couple questions? Kevin, you want to go? All right. So it's my understanding that Boulder Creek Builders in the Lanterns Lane development, they already have an agreement with the ditch company, which allows them to construct everything that they're constructing in connection with their development.
That's correct, as far as I understand, yes.
Is there a similar agreement with anybody associated with RC Superior, any of the developers in Town Center? Is there a similar disagreement, or is that unnecessary?
I don't think so, but I'm looking at the RC Superior folks here because I don't know the answer to that.
We have an agreement across the creek?
No.
And is that something that you're planning on getting, do you know? No?
No.
Okay. In the event, so if Lanterns can be fully constructed with the ditch agreement that they have, what is the purpose of, is that?
Well, I'm going to have Martin come up and give an explanation. Right, yeah.
Hi, Martin Toth, town staff. Mayor Pro Tem, the short answer is yes, there will be sort of two stages to this. The Anderson project, the Lanterns project will require a crossing. In order to have a Coal Creek Drive continue through and meet both between Rock Creek and the Downtown Superior project, and then also Promenade Drive extends over to 88th Street. So there'll need to be something similar when toll is completed.
Right, that's assuming that those connections are made, though.
So
right?
it is contingent on
the
that.
current FDP that's on the books, as approved, they already have.
Go ahead.
Right, for Lanterns Lane, right? They already have the ditch agreement, and, you know, the connections remain to be seen in terms of, you know, what that's going to be. And I'm just asking the question of, you know, is there anything, if we didn't take action on this, that would impede Lanterns from completing their development?
Long-term implications are we require a looped system for our utilities, and we need this for that system, but that's long-term.
That's long-term. So best management practices for our utility connections would require a loop. It's not fatal if it doesn't happen, but it wouldn't be consistent with what we typically look for per our rules and regulations.
Is that for water?
For water and sewer, I believe.
Water and sewer?
And reuse, probably the reuse too. But at a minimum, we're going to want some type of pedestrian or bike path, and you're going to need it for that too, correct?
Yeah, they'd all be together. They'd be in the same area.
And I understand that. I'm just asking the hypothetical understanding what the lay of the land is now and what the consequences are not going forward.
Right. So first, we know the answer to this, but when we think about the ditch company, right? It sounds like this, you know, company that's off in Boulder County, and they're wearing, I don't know, top hats and smoking cigars. We're talking about, you know, the representatives of the ditch county that we are in negotiations with are officials of Boulder County, correct?
No. Yeah. One's Louisville, as far as I understand. I don't know the other representation.
Well, who we've been asked, the signator is Robert Alexander. So his title, he works for, I can see him on the staff directory for Boulder County. He's the Agricultural Resources Supervisor within the Parks and Open Space.
Sure. But I don't know the others. I know that one is a Louisville council member. That's all I know.
Corey works for the city of Louisville. I'm not sure what his title is, but he represents the city of Louisville on the ditch company.
So we're in a difficult, we invited them here to ask a question. You know, we have advice from council that we have something that is potentially unlawful, and it seems like a reasonable question to ask the question in an open forum. Why are you asking us to sign something that's potentially unlawful? And we have legal advice that is, you're acting in a commercially unreasonable way. Are those fairly, okay, attorney's nodding her head. We invited them, they offered to come and answer those questions. If there is no horrible consequence of waiting another 2 weeks, I have no problem with having, you know, asking, you know, I prefer to have this in an open forum, but if we have to ask those questions, not lawyer to lawyer, but Matt, somebody, either you or somebody in your staff or representative of the board having that conversation, I'd like to have that conversation directly with the representatives of the ditch company. And since they're not here tonight, if there's no horrible consequence of not voting on this, I'd like to defer it for another 2 weeks. And I'm embarrassed to do so, but we got to decline because they didn't feel like coming, you know, a couple hours before the meeting.
But what's going to change between now and that, right? We tried that last time, right?
Right, but the reason why we waited 2 weeks is because they accepted the invitation to come in 2 weeks. So that we were willing to have that offline conversation. We tried to have the open forum question conversation.
We deferred asking them to come. We didn't know whether they were going to come or not. We got word that they were going to come, but I mean, we were going to be here regardless. We were going to be here tonight regardless of whether they were going to come or not. So I just think we're going to have the same, and I just think the result's going to be the same thing in 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever.
So one of my initial concerns with this situation is, you know, where exactly is the town's liability going to be with the indemnification provision? I'm happy to learn today that Boulder Creek themselves agreed to indemnify the ditch company in connection with any of the construction activities that they're going to be engaging, and that to me seems like that's probably where the highest likelihood of a problem arising is, you know, from the construction activities, as opposed to once the construction is done and then it's tendered, you know, back over to the town to maintain the roads. You know, so I'm glad that, you know, we're not the only one here indemnifying, and that there is, you know, another party at the table. But, you know, I agree with Kevin, you know, insofar as we're dealing with an indemnification clause that, you know, even though it says to the extent permitted by law is, you know, in my opinion, unlawful. It's basically creating an uninsured and uninsurable liability to the town. And, you know, the town historically has never agreed to this type of language. So, you know, the offer that we have presented to have hold harmless language has been refused by the ditch company. But, you know, if this is the impasse that we're at, and if we need this for the purposes of establishing a closed loop utility system, and then also for dealing with the potential road crossings, whether it's at Coal Creek, Promenade, both, or bike crossings, I don't really see what's going to change between, you know, now and 2 weeks from now. I think we're probably going to be still at that impasse. I think we could just state for the record that we're taking the position that the indemnification clause is unlawful. We're forced to agree to it by an uncooperative ditch company, and if we ever get sued, we're going to vigorously defend ourselves and contend that the provision was unlawful at the outset and void ab initio. So we could work this out with hold harmless language if they were willing to cooperate. They're not willing to cooperate, but unfortunately, they've got the leverage and we don't. We need this crossing. So I just don't see really what the point is necessarily in kicking the can down the road for another 2 weeks. We've got a lot coming up on our plate for the next couple of months, and I don't think that there's anything that's going to change, right? Like we continued this 2 weeks ago, made the invitation to the ditch company to come out here, they accept it, and then they reject it at the last minute, and I just don't think that they're going to reconsider, so.
And just for the record, I think you all know this, but just for the record, I did attempt to negotiate this for approximately 3 months. So this is not something that has just happened. So, I've been working on this and I have gotten nowhere, honestly. So. And just another thing is that the ditch will not give BC Lanterns Rock Creek a license without any ability to cross without us indemnifying. So these are tied together. So it's not as if we can say, hey, developer, go build it. You indemnify them. We'll see what happens later. The ditch won't do that.
Thank you for that. So, I mean, I think if push comes to shove and, we're forced to litigate it, we're going to prevail. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. We've got an unenforceable provision here. We're taking the position that we know is right, but we're dealing with just a party who's being uncooperative and unprofessional for not showing up. I think it's disrespectful of the community to have an item that's agended and then to not show up. But we are where we are, so we could either take action or we could defer for another 2 weeks, hopes that better judgment will prevail, but I don't think that it necessarily will.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay.
So before we move into a motion, and I was hoping to ask these questions of the ditch company tonight, so Matt, you'll get them instead. I mean, in theory, this might not be the only ditch crossing we need. If we do end up going the route of extending a road out to 88th, we'll need an additional ditch crossing, will we not?
No, I think this is the only ditch company that. Are you telling me I'm wrong? Is that what you're telling me? Okay.
No,
well, then you come up here and tell them. I thought it was just this one ditch company.
Was Alex Arnell, Public Works Director, was there
both?
We'll have to cross this ditch again, possibly with the US 36 bikeway extension. We'll have to go across this ditch again, so we may have another agreement for that. And if Promenade is extended, we may have to cross it for that as well. So
we're looking at approximately 2 more.
There could be one or more other agreements involving this ditch coming.
But is the idea that this is the agreement? Once we've reached this agreement, we're not having to do this again?
No, we'll have to do separate ones for every time we cross.
Right.
Okay. This is the form agreement.
This is the form I expect we're going to see every time.
That's the point.
So
unless suddenly we have a lot of leverage for one of those other ones that I'm not aware of.
In the event that a ditch company didn't want to gain grant access, are they able to do that, or is this something that we have the ability to essentially, condemn an easement over if we needed it for purposes of constructing a road?
They could refuse. I wish I had a clear answer to that, but condemning ditch property, that's. I'm going to say no. I think they could probably refuse altogether.
So Matt and Alex.
Ditches, I usually say, God, railroad, you go in the order, right, in Colorado. It's God, railroad, and then the ditch is somewhere above anybody else. So.
Okay.
From a long-term perspective.
He's agreeing with me.
From a long-term perspective, I think we understand the risk that's associated with this crossing. Would we have any more substantial risks with either of those other 2 crossings should they move forward?
I think the risk will be the legal risk is the same, that we may not have governmental immunity, that we may be liable beyond insurance coverage. But again, we're going to say that the indemnification is unlawful to begin with. We also have an appropriations clause in here, so there's always the ability to refuse to appropriate funds. But that's a last ditch. We don't ever want to do that.
So before somebody.
Oh yeah, I didn't even mean that.
Before somebody makes a motion, I will obviously make a motion and have discussion, and so I'll save this for discussion, but I'll say it now and ask that nobody make a motion. what we agreed to a couple weeks ago was to exhaust every possibility before we make a vote. Nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is the other party didn't show up. There's no consequence if we don't do anything for 2 weeks. What we agreed upon 2 weeks ago was to exhaust every possibility. That's what we should be doing. Get the business owner in front of us. Either if he won't show up at a public meeting, get somebody on the phone, show up to his office, talk to a county commissioner, talk to somebody, and exhaust every possibility. But we can't, just because of fatigue, suggest we vote on this. So I would ask that nobody make a motion.
My recollection is a bit different, and certainly not pushing forward. I don't think fatigue is a good excuse. Matt made a statement in our last meeting when asked, is there any negative consequences to constructing Lanterns Lane if we don't get this done immediately? And I believe the answer was we could push it out 2 weeks to where we are today, and then we'll start to see some consequences of lead times not getting met, and it could push construction out further and further. Matt, is that still the answer in the case tonight?
It has, I'd have to go back and see where Boulder Creek Builders is as far as utilities and what they need to make for this loop system that we're eventually going to have to have installed. So I can't.
All right. I mean,
right now.
And I think it was Mark who made the very, very eloquent point last time that once you start causing delays early on, they can snowball, because now you have construction teams mobilizing on other projects. It pushes things further. And I don't think that's something this board is necessarily interested in doing. I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I agree with Ken. You know, my recollection of, I don't think we said we're going to exhaust every possibility. You know, I think we said, what are the unintended consequences if we kick this for 2 weeks to invite the ditch company to come here and see if we can, you know, reach a better deal when we're decision maker to decision maker, rather than, you know, a situation where it's the lawyers talking to each other. And, you know, we tried that. Obviously, it hasn't been successful, but in my opinion, you know, like I'm concerned about the unintended consequences for Boulder Creek, that, you know, if we kick this another 2 weeks and then it becomes another 2 weeks and then it becomes another 2 weeks, and then, you know, all of a sudden then we have a situation where, you know, Boulder Creek's not able to, you know, construct the utility work that they're trying to do, and then lo and behold, it's October, and then all of a sudden we're in winter, right? And it's going to be here before we even know it, and you know, that can have really detrimental impacts for development. And so I'm just concerned about the unintended consequences here. I was willing to entertain a 2 week delay. I don't think that we're going to make progress on this, and this certainly isn't the hill that I want us to die on in terms of taking a stand on this situation. So personally, I think we should just move forward, reserving our rights in the event that something goes catastrophically wrong, recognizing that we're on the right side of this issue legally, and we'll just deal with it then. But I just don't think that this is something that we're going to be able to negotiate in a manner that is palatable to us. So we shouldn't waste any more time.
Sorry. I was going to say, I don't think this is the end of the conversation either. To your point, Trustee Ryan, while yes, we may end up making a motion tonight and we may end up pushing it forward, as we heard, we still have at least one, potentially two additional crossings that we'll still have to negotiate. I think we can still have this conversation. I think we still push to have a reasonable solution that makes sense to us, that we think is actually legally allowable. And then if we ultimately do end up making progress, there's no reason why we can't amend this that we'd sign tonight. Is that correct, Kendra?
That's correct. If for some reason the ditch were amenable to a change later, for some unknown reason, and then we said, hey, we're going to make it here, we'll make
Let's
it
go
there.
back.
Sure, we can always go back.
Right. So tonight's not the end of the conversation, even if we approve it.
I understand. We've all done enough negotiation to know once we're going to set the precedent tonight. I mean, that's not, if we vote on this thing and we set the precedent, we're never going to be successful. And again, I just, you know, we have, you know, Kendra knows how, I feel very strongly about Kendra's very good negotiation skills. I have no doubt that she did everything she could possibly do to negotiate with the outside counsel of the ditch company. to my knowledge, there has been no conversation, business to business, with any representative of the ditch company. So here we are about to consider a motion to accept the contract that we all agree is unlawful with a party that is not negotiating in good faith. I'm not going to accept, I mean, I'm just not going to vote yes on that. I don't want to be on the record rejecting this contract. And so if 4 people join me, that's an unintended consequence, because now what do we do? So just wait 2 weeks, but whatever. If you guys want to have the motion, I mean, I'm not going to die on this hill either, but I'm not voting for a contract that's unlawful.
So I'm a little confused right now. Kevin, I tend to agree with you, but Mark, your point earlier, I'm not following. Did we get new information from Boulder Creek neighborhoods that I missed around their willingness to accept liability? Where was that?
Sorry, that is already in the agreement that's in your packet. In that agreement, the developers agreed to indemnify and accept all liability through the point of construction until it's turned over to the town. So it's not new information, it's in there, but I just pointed out that.
Gotcha.
I already pointed this out to the ditch, that the most sort of, as Trustee Laces pointed out, probably the most risk is associated with the construction activities.
Right.
We're not responsible for that, the developer is. Sure. Once it's constructed, we've accepted it, we confirm it complies with our standards. That's when we basically take ownership of it, and that's when we will be taking responsibility for it as well.
So one question about that, once we inspect it, we take ownership, all of that. If there turns out to be a construction defect, but we discover it after the fact, are we liable, or who's liable in that case?
That would be subject to the development agreement with the developer, so that's much more complicated.
Well, there's a 2-year warranty
There's
period.
a warranty, yeah.
So there's 2 years from the time we offer preliminary acceptance, kicks the 2-year warranty into.
But then after that, when you final, that's when we actually take it.
Right.
So, but then it would be our liability.
Yes.
After that.
After
Okay.
that.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, anything further?
So I guess just to conclude what I was saying, I tend to agree with Kevin. I would like us to wait another 2 weeks. I don't see the harm in waiting. I'd like to hold their feet to the fire and ask them to come here in person. It doesn't sound like it sets anything back, but it just encourages them to be respectful, show up, and we can go from there.
But does it?
I just think we're gonna talk to if we get these individuals that are the signatories on it, they're gonna say, you know what, it's up to the attorneys. We're leaning on our attorneys for advice on what to do here. It is, we are not attorneys. We have attorneys negotiate our contract. That's what they want to do with our contract. That's what we're going to do. I just don't think there's any point in taking another 2 weeks or 2 months to have conversations with them or the county commissioners or anybody, because it's going to yield the same answer. And that is, we hire attorneys to do these contracts, and you may have a point. Yes, we get it, but this is what.
You may be right.
I mean,
which you may be wrong. I mean, that's the interesting thing here, right? I mean, it may. You may be right. But if we are removing any other alternative by voting.
So Kevin, you said that you're not going to vote yes for an unlawful agreement. Will that change in 2 weeks?
If we've exhausted, I'm not thrilled about explaining our negotiation position in a public meeting, but as I stated before, and I'll state it again, that I want to exhaust every possibility and have a conversation that is not outside counsel to outside counsel, but party to party. And I don't think we're doing ourselves any favor because we have not yet had that party to party conversation. And I would want to exhaust that. And it just doesn't feel like we did. I was pleasantly surprised, and I think I said last week, that I didn't think the ditch company would show up. When they accepted the invitation, I was pleasantly surprised. I'm looking forward to having that conversation. They thought better of it and decided not to come. So now Matt, Clint, me, you, somebody needs to get on the phone and say, what the heck, fellas? Why are you putting us in this bad position by not agreeing to something commercially reasonable? Because and it's possible, they may do what Clint just said. They may come back and say, well, I don't know anything. I can't even spell indemnity. I don't know about this hold harmless stuff. And gee, I'm just going to, I'm going to listen to the advice of counsel and I'm not change my mind. we could choose to escalate and go to a county commissioner, or go to the mayor of Louisville, and we could, write the Daily Camera, who knows? Or we could just sign the contract. But we haven't done any of that. At this point, we've had lawyer-to-lawyer conversations.
And just to clarify, one of my emails to their attorney was, my board has specifically requested that you take this back to your board. I mean, I tried to take some of the lawyer out of it. So to say, it's a specific request that you at least communicate, our position to your board and explain why, why we're coming from where we are. And, his response was, my board needs to protect the liability of the ditch and that they will do that at all costs. And so I don't think there's anything else we can do. That's just my perspective.
I understand. And frankly, just to be clear, we're a victim of your excellent work here, because had almost any attorney, said, hey, this is the best I negotiated, I recommend you sign the contract, none of us would be having this conversation, with the exception of possibly Mark, who may have observed the risk here, but the rest of us would have happily signed the contract. So we are, for me, I very much value your counsel. When I hear it's potentially unlawful, they're acting in a commercially unreasonable way, I raise my hand and say, I'm calling a timeout and I need to better understand that.
And I think what he's telling his client, maybe I shouldn't, but this is our ditch. People want to cross it. We don't want to be liable. And under any circumstance, we need to protect ourselves. His job is to help his client protect the ditch. And that's all they care about.
So here's the question. So you could answer this or not, but in your experience in negotiating with dozens of ditch companies, my understanding, have you run into this issue before, where somebody was acting in a similar commercially unreasonable manner where you could not protect your client from this liability?
No, in every other case dealing with a ditch company, they've agreed to a hold harmless provision, because they won't indemnify anyone either. So they understand the legal basis for this argument,
and that is,
because they are another type of public entity that can't indemnify it.
And that's why I'm being a thorn in the board's side.
I understand. And I agree with you, but I don't think it's going to get any better. That's just my
and at the end of the day, with any negotiation, you have to look at what's in it for them and what's in it for us. And here, if I was counsel to the ditch company, I'd say we're going to be protecting the interests of the ditch, and we don't need this roadway, we don't need this utility easement.
I don't think we should be giving them their argument at this point.
They hate ditch crossings in general. They don't want things crossing their ditch. So that's what you're saying. I mean, they're not getting any benefit out of it, and arguably, again, I'm making their argument for them, but they're not getting any benefit out of this at all. So they don't. If we could tell them what they're getting out of this, it might be.
I hear you. I hear you.
So I have a ditch question, because it looks like their ditch goes under 88th, and if at any point we wanted to widen 88th, do we need to get another agreement with them?
Mm-hmm. Anything that goes within the ditch or its easement.
So even if we already cross a ditch and we widen, a road.
Yes.
So we would
have to go to the ditch.
Be having the same exact conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then Zaharias on top of that.
Right.
Again, the ditch usually is the ditch plus an easement. I don't know. It varies in width. If we touch it, we need to get an agreement with
But Neil raises a great point. We have an agreement with the current ditch company for the crossing on 88th today.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know off the top of our head what that agreement says in terms of?
No, that's quite old.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. You had different staff, attorneys at that time. We can go back and look, though.
Right, but that's a good, I mean, whatever was agreed to on passports, if, whatever, I mean, that would be a good data point to have,
Sort of based on an aqueduct map, a lot of our roads cross over. Rock Creek Parkway runs along their aqueduct. So, Rock Creek Parkway is above, their aqueduct.
Yeah, and I haven't done all the research as to what other agreements we have with them.
Just curious. Thank you.
So, Kevin, I've heard what you're unwilling to do, and I understand the reasons. What I'm unwilling to do is to risk setting Boulder Creek builders back a month, 2 months, 3 months that could then snowball further down the road simply from a 2-week delay, because we know that can happen. And the only way I see that we can balance these risks is if we somehow end up having some type of special meeting sometime between now and 2 weeks from now. And we have incomplete information. I don't know if a 2-week delay is going to hurt Boulder Creek neighborhoods. If we say no, we're going to wait 2 weeks, I would ask Matt to get on the phone with Boulder Creek first thing tomorrow morning, find out what their schedule is, find out if this is going to harm them in any way whatsoever. And if it is, I would want to call a special meeting that tomorrow night so we can get this thing moving forward. Because frankly, I think we have exhausted. We have Kendra working 3.5 months on this thing. I think our likelihood of changing that outcome is slim, but our likelihood of negatively affecting the construction outcome is high. So if everyone's willing to do that, then I'm all on board, and we could call a special meeting tomorrow night if need be. But other than that,
I think that is way overkill for this. So, yeah. That's, yeah. We're going to get the same result in 2 weeks or whenever. Sandy, you have something?
Unfortunately, we've had some unfortunate experience in the past where this board has voted on something because they thought they didn't have an option. And they thought, well, if we vote this way, we'll be protected in the future. Unfortunately for me, I can't in any way support anything that I think puts this town at risk 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. If you look at the ditch and reservoir directory for Boulder County, there are 3 different people who are listed on that document as being responsible for that. We haven't talked to them. I don't feel like we have exhausted every possible opportunity by talking to them and at least getting from them, well, this is what our lawyer says.
We did talk to the ditch, staff did meet with the officer of the ditch company last week to talk about this issue.
And that person said?
They said they need to protect the ditch company's liability for any crossing.
And unfortunately for me, my obligation is also to protect the residents of this town and this town in the event that something would go bad. We can call the vote tonight, but unfortunately, I am going to take the advice of our attorney, and I will vote no on this.
The problem with that is, so we're elected here to make tough decisions, right? And, we never have perfect information. We never have a perfect situation that we're just playing the hand that we're dealt, right? And, if we want to take a position that we're never going to do anything that is going to potentially expose the town to any liability or any risk, well then, that's really easy. Then you just say no to every single thing and then nothing gets done. But that's not, in my opinion, what we were elected to do. Our job is to make the decisions, and some of those are tough decisions, and some of those have no real good outcome, right? But we still need to make those decisions. And this is just one of those situations. I don't think that the threat of liability here is,
material. Right.
Severe, right?
Yeah, this is a 24-inch pipe underground. This is not the Rio Grande River.
Right. And if it gets crushed, it's going to get crushed by Boulder Creek builders when they're putting in something, and then it's going to be their problem. They're going to fix it. Once everything gets turned over to us, we've got a warranty for 2 years. I feel like at the end of the day, that's enough risk that I'm willing to accept to move forward and not, throw this unintended, monkey wrench in Boulder Creek builders' staging plans. And, they're laying pipe right now. They're doing irrigation work. They're putting in the sewers and they're putting in the water main.
And they have an agreement to do so. We're not.
Yeah, but their agreement to cross the ditch is contingent upon us
they can't
agreeing
cross
this.
until
So they're doing some of that work, but at some point in time, they're going to be done with that work and they're going to be ready to tap in across the ditch, and it's going to be dependent upon us actually moving forward and accepting this agreement. And if we're in a situation where we're saying, well, there's the potential for some liability in the town. I don't know what percentage it is. Maybe it's 2%, maybe it's 5%, but it's still a percentage of liability, and we're not willing to go forward. We're going to grind everything to a halt. it's going to be really hard to work with the town as, developers. It's going to be really hard to get anything done as, business owners in town. It's going to be really hard to do anything if we're taking the position that we're not willing to, accept some risk. And I just think that this is an appropriate risk.
So I want to be careful about what my statement is, which is not, I'm unwilling to accept some risk, because I agree with everything that was said, that we got to be very careful of the unintended consequence, that there's a certain materiality, that, threshold that we need to accept with the risk. So my comment is not that I have no problem making those hard decisions. I just think it's premature. I pull up what, my notes and what I shared last week or a couple weeks ago. I did not think Mr. Alexander would show up to the meeting. Predicted he wouldn't show up to the meeting, but when he accepted the invitation, I thought that was good. When I said, he doesn't show up to the meeting, then during the next couple of weeks, we'll have members of the board reach out to Mr. Alexander or members of his board. If we're unsuccessful, then we can consider the alternatives. But we haven't done what I wanted to do 2 weeks ago, which was either have a conversation with Mr. Alexander, a representative of his board. He accepted the invitation, much to my surprise. When he chose not to show up, which I suppose is not surprising, now we've not done what I've requested to do, which was have one-on-one conversations with members of our board and members of his board. At the end of the day, we may in fact not be successful, but I do want to, because I very much respect everybody here, so I want to say, to Ken, I understand there is the risk of unintended consequence. Mark, I understand when we're talking about, literally a 0% chance of any risk associated with this, but I don't like deals that are unlawful. I don't like dealing with people that are commercially unreasonable, and I don't like setting the precedent on this board for the next ditch company crossing. I also don't like setting the precedent for the next person who might want to do business with the town of Superior, which is, oh, you just got to slow play those guys. Pretend like you're going to hold them hostage. No, not this board. Not this board.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I respect all of you, and I respect everything that's been said here. I think that this is just a situation here where we need to make a decision whether we want to wait another 2 weeks or not, I think first. And, if there's support for that, I think maybe we should just kind of talk about that first. And I don't think that this is the sort of thing that necessarily merits a special meeting, in the event that Boulder Creek, says, oh yeah, this is something that we really need yesterday or 2 weeks ago. But I mean, if you ask the question, it's one of those things that if you ask the question, they're going to say, absolutely, we need it. And we needed it 2 weeks ago because we can't move forward. So, at some point it's going to be on the radar, and they're, hoping and assuming that it's going to get done. So, I don't necessarily know what's going to change other than it's going to become more of an emergency from Boulder Creek's perspective. I don't think that this is a situation where the town's being, a pushover or being held hostage or anything like that. I think you're dealing with a situation where, one side is being unreasonable in our estimation. In a perfect world, sure, you don't sign unlawful contracts, but I've seen a lot of unlawful contracts, and that's why we have judges, and they deal with those all the time. And yeah, in a perfect world, you don't sign those things, and you get perfect contracts that everybody feels happy about. But sometimes you need to just grin and bear it and accept the situation that you're dealt, and move on to the next thing. And I just think that that's one of these situations. But if the board's appetite is to table this for another 2 weeks and reach out to Boulder Creek and see if they're okay with it, and make one last ditch effort at, pun intended, reaching out to the ditch company. I'm here all night. I'm fine with us doing that.
All right, so what is the board's appetite for Neil?
Obviously I wasn't at the meeting 2 weeks ago, and, I watched this, but I sped it up so I didn't have to watch it in real time.
Good.
It actually is magically effective that way. And it's, I was completely in support of tabling it at the time because it didn't look like, I don't think any of us want to sign an agreement that we recognize is not a good agreement. And I really appreciate the work that Kendra has done in terms of inserting language that does keep us protected, and I think we all agree it's terrible that we're here. I'm very receptive to Kevin's suggestion that we push this out for a couple of weeks, the next board meeting, and, Kevin, me, anybody else can try to reach out to the ditch company. If we're unsuccessful, I think every conversation we've just had today, we're going to go straight through it between now and on the 12th and, move this thing to a vote. But I'm willing to allow the board to reach out to the other board and see if we can get any further. I did happen to meet with the site manager for BCN earlier today, and they're woefully behind schedule because the weather's been atrocious for the last month. They're like 4 weeks behind schedule on both Rogers Farm and Lanterns Lane. So, if they needed this, July 2nd or July 8th, then, they probably need it today. There's no question the weather hasn't been very effective, very helpful for any sort of construction within Colorado. I'd like to believe that they can wait the next 3 weeks. I don't know. But I am, I do appreciate all the comments from this board. I think we all acknowledge this is an inconsequential statement on a relatively minor agreement, for a ditch crossing that will probably never mean anything to us, but this ditch is going to get crossed multiple times. This company, we've clearly interacted with them in the past. All those people are long since gone. The lawyers clearly are long since gone. So, if we agreed to similar language to this in the past, I'd like to know that. If we agreed to different language than this in the past, I'd like that to come out, because if we did agree to, stronger language, why has the ditch company, revising that? If we had our own template, I'd love to go back to that. And I'd at least allow for the next couple weeks to go back and dig through the archives and see if there is an agreement that gives us precedent rather than the ditch company defining our precedents for the next, X number of ditch crossings we're going to have, over this, with this company.
I just want to let you know that they won't use any agreement other than theirs. So
Okay.
I did try that one too.
No, but my point was
they're
more.
sort of like CDOT and.
But if we have an agreement with them, with not the current board, but the same company that's 20 years old.
Oh, sure, we can definitely look at that. I don't know what that would look like 20 years ago.
Right.
That's probably how old it is.
Right.
If literally it's Rock Creek Parkway and 88th Street, it's probably 30 or 40 years old. So, it's.
Another option, just to throw out there, so 3 weeks is the next meeting, as you mentioned. We have our retreat on Monday, the 29th. I don't know if that gives the board, in your mind, enough time to reach out to, and then we could have a special meeting just for this one agreement on the 29th, since everybody's there. Just an option that is a possibility.
So Kendra, if we agree to this, what are the chances that the next agreement they come back to us with, for example, when we build the Dr. Cog Trail, could be even less attractive than this one?
Well, my
does the-
optimistic side says it's not going to be any worse than this one. But
Yeah.
I think it's going to look exactly the same.
But you do think it would
Yep,
look
it'll be
exactly the same? Okay.
And this is an agreement I've seen multiple times from ditch companies. A lot of this is very, very template. But like I said, in most cases, they agree to change this provision when we review it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it sounds like there may be enough support here to at least have further contact, have further viewing of the prior easements, but I do like the idea of calling a special meeting right before the retreat and getting this thing passed. We should be able to figure out these unanswered questions, talk to whoever we want to talk to in the next week, but this should not go on for 3 weeks. Are we good with that?
And is there somebody on the board that is going to be taking the lead in terms of reaching out, or is this something that we're going to defer to Matt to coordinate?
I will be happy to reach out to Mr. Alexander, and we'll go through an exhaustive process to get in touch.
Good. Okay. All right, with that, we'll table this and we'll look for calling a special meeting at the beginning of the retreat.
Okay.
Okay. All right, we're on to item number 5, consideration of downtown Superior eligible costs for Superior Medical Center parking garage.
Thank you, Mayor. Representatives of RC Superior and the Downtown Superior Metropolitan Districts is here tonight to present on the request for, as part of cost certification number 49 for the Superior Medical Center parking structure, public portion of that. When the board approved the final development plan for the Superior Medical Center, they included in Resolution 36, Series 2016, a requirement that any future parking structure or portion thereof that is converted to public use and being considered for eligible costs be presented to the board for approval. So that's what we're here tonight for the board to consider approving that portion of the parking structure cost as eligible costs. Bill?
Good evening, everyone. Bill Jenks, RC Superior. Great to see you. So I'm going to try to keep it very short. This is hopefully short but important issue and subject. It's the first opportunity for the tax increment financing at Downtown Superior to fund public parking for the benefit of the district and the public at large. I'm really here to answer any questions. If you want to get into any detail, I'm going to let Jeremiah Simpson from Walker Parking give you just a 5-minute run through of the calculations he did to talk about the allocation of public versus private, which is what ultimately rendered that public value, which is what was being reimbursed by the TIF dollars. But aside from that, I don't want to draw it out and go into any detail that you don't ask for. So I'm here for any questions. Jim Kurtzpalen is here for any questions. Our Superior's legal counsel. And Jeremiah, take it away.
Hey, Bill, can I just ask a couple preliminary questions? So we didn't get the other, why are we getting this one, but not the other 48?
48.
This is the, I guess I'm a little confused why this is even coming to us instead of the Metropolitan District for approval. This is cost certification number 49, because this is public financing, right? So if there are other, there's a parking spot outside of the sports stable that's available for the public if I drive over there after that.
So yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
I'm not, I didn't, you know, I didn't have to vote on that.
Right.
What is different about this that it's coming to the board?
This is specifically because of the resolution that was approved with the original approval of the medical office building. Normally, all of the public costs go through a certification process. They go, we spend the dollars to put the public improvements in. Those go through a third-party engineer, which then certifies them as public costs and subject to reimbursability. Those go through the town's finance department, and then they get logged as TIF reimbursable without any discretionary approval. This is really just because of that resolution that approved the medical office building in 2016 requested this review.
So this will have no impact on any of the, so for example, the $10 million, or this is completely outside of anything if we decide to vote or not vote. Let's assume that the 52% is just round and call it, I don't know, $2 million. That $2 million that this board would approve tonight would have no impact on anything, on specifically the $10 million, for example.
No, it doesn't have any impact on the 10 million as far as timing or anything. It does, you know, like I said, it's an important decision because it does, RC Superior took some risk with this language in that original approval because it took the risk of building and funding a public parking structure that you said you may say no to in the future, which if you said no, then that parking obviously would not be public, and it would set sort of a bad precedent for all of the public parking to come, because all of the public parking, which is intended to provide sort of a shared parking district for the project, is intended to be financed with TIF dollars like this. So this is the first of potentially, 2 to 3 total parking structures that'll serve the shared public as a whole. And so this is sort of setting the path for those future financing solutions.
But this $2 million, I mean, the impact is this $2 million does get credited against the $109 million of total TIF proceeds that are available, right? So, I mean,
it's coming off the 109, but it's got nothing to do with the 10.
That's right.
That's right. how much of the TIF proceeds, how much has been spent so far? Do we know?
It's close to 45 million. Paul he has the exact dollar amount probably, but I think it's in that range.
So to Paul Nellstown staff, to date, I'm sorry, Mr. Mangley, I don't have the exact dollar amount, but through cost certification 39, $39 million roughly in TIF eligible expenses have been spent and approved. Okay. Of the roughly $145 million in total per the agreement that are allowed. Right. 75% being the $109 million that Mayor Pro Tem identified, which is SUR's responsibility.
145 million of total TIF proceeds, 109 of which comes from SURA?
Correct.
That is correct.
And in the original cost sharing agreement, there was, and I think it was in the materials, there was an original estimate for the total estimated costs for public parking structures, somewhere in the nature of $30 million or something like that?
I think it was 37.5 million.
37?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the first?
The first two.
First two. Okay. Well, I mean, I'll just say, personally, I'm interested to see the presentation, and then we'll have some questions afterwards, but I don't have any further questions right now for Bill.
Yeah, and what Jeremiah will take you through real quickly is just the allocation, specifically looking at public versus private. The total value of the garage was somewhere north of $4 million. That was established via appraisal as complete. There's also cost data from the developer to back up actually even more than the appraised value. And then Jeremiah did a study looking at which part of that is allocable for public use, and that's what came up with this 52% number. So I think with that, Jeremiah can take you through those real quickly, and then obviously here for any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Jeremiah Simpson with Walker Consultants. We're at 5350 South Roslyn Street in Greenwood Village. It sounds like I might be here a few times if you're looking to spend $37 million. So we'll go through this once. I have just a brief presentation, but I'm happy to get into the weeds and answer any questions. I also wanted to introduce myself since I may be back a few times. Walker Consultants is a international consulting firm. We were started about 54 years ago in Kalamazoo, Michigan. We've been in the Denver market for roughly 29 years now. We're 300 employees. I'm a senior consultant. I've been doing transportation planning for about 18 years with this firm. So Walker is a national leader in parking structure design, and more recently we've been doing a lot of mobility planning nationally and a lot of work in the Denver metro region. So anyway, I wanted to walk briefly through the allocation study and just make sure if you have any questions, we can address them. So here's the updated downtown Superior conceptual plan, at least for the town center core of the metro district. The parking garage in question is the shared medical office building parking garage here, next to the sports stable, next to the new medical office building. Here's the main street that's constructed here coming up to the sports stable. I'm sure you're all familiar with the site. It's practically right across the street. Nice looking so far in terms of the land uses that were developed. Here's what we looked at. These are level of service guidelines. So generally in an outdoor walking environment, we consider anything within 400 feet a level of service A, and anything within 800 feet a level of service B. So really, from a shared use perspective, when the garage is open for public parking, it's going to serve public visitors to the sports stable. This would include teams, people coming in for activities, for training camps, for ice hockey events. Some of the uses along Main Street as these buildings are developed out with a mix of retail and restaurant uses. And also within the sports field, probably overflow crowds from the sports field. We looked at the allocation per agreement. The 244 stalls would be reserved for the medical office building between 7 and 5:30 p.m. On weekdays, and then the garage would be completely open for public parking on weekends and in evenings after 5:30. Events at the sports stable on the latest games will end at about 12:30 a.m. So there's definitely crowds into the evenings. And then on weekends, we based our analysis on fairly high-level assumptions on who potentially would use the parking garage and at what times. And so we looked back at the analysis that was completed for the sports stable when this use was entitled for the town center. We completed this analysis in 2016, so nothing was open at that point, so there was no counts done in the garage, but we did look at the number of events and the schedule of events. We took kind of the average event schedule for sports stable. We looked at the densities proposed for the Main Street area. We looked at potential uses there in the plaza and at the sports fields. And then we looked at the probabilities within the level of service that public folks would be looking for parking in the garage as opposed to other spots. And this is what we came down up with the Monday through Thursday, the Friday and the Saturday distribution of demand. So these are typical demand curves. There's going to be periods of less activity than what's shown, and then there's going to be periods of special events when there's more activity. So this is kind of averaged, looking at an average weekday, Friday and Saturday. We considered some of the uses that were beyond the level of service A and B, but there's going to be other potential shared use garages here in the master plan developed, which would be more convenient for future uses like the Cinnamon and the hotel. So those were not considered a major demand driver for this particular garage. And then we simply divided up the average usage of the public spaces by the number of hours and the number of weekday and weekend days. And we came up with a potential of shares, essentially, basically hourly demand times vehicles, total of, potentially 1.2 million, shares of usage of the garage. And that's how we've divided between the 52% public and 48% reserved use for the medical office building. So I did want to include this slide here and just, confirm that these sorts of parking districts, they're not atypical. There are other districts in Colorado that are building out with public parking infrastructure using TIF. A few examples are the Fitzsimmons project in Aurora has used TIF funding. Early on, the Arista Broomfield project off of 36, which I'm sure you all are familiar with, that also used some TIF financing. These are some other examples. Belmar and Lakewood was developed by Continuum, all under one ownership. And there is an assessment for shared use of the public garages back to businesses. Old Town District in Wichita is a special financing district. I'm pretty knowledgeable about that project. I'm doing a parking plan for the city of Wichita now. And then Downtown Golden built 1.5 public garages using their urban renewal district funds. And then they have an in lieu fee structure set up for people to develop in the downtown and make shared use of the public parking. Public parking is generally a good idea. The reason it's supported by public funds is that parking garages generally do not pay for themselves. Even if it is charged for parking, it's very expensive to support a vertical parking garage by charging fees. You have to generate in excess of about $250 per space per month in order for that garage to pencil. All in for debt service and operating expenses. So in order to create the density and the walkability that these mixed use districts really thrive on, generally communities are looking at other ways to finance the public parking infrastructure. And so TIF, public assessment, parking assessment districts, just using the Metro District and leveraging that to develop a few vertical parking garages allows for greater density to occur within that district. And that's really kind of the foundation of placemaking. Getting a little bit into urban development theory, but I'd happy to get into the weeds a little bit if anybody has questions. The other things that we've recommended to some extent is that the parking become shared, unbundled, managed, and paid. And I know at least the first three, the shared, unbundled, and managed, are all concepts that this particular district is going to be working with. And then to some extent, paid parking as well, because the residents are going to have paid parking fees when they go to lease or rent a parking space separate from their unit. So all of these are going to be applied to the Metro District as a whole. So generally, shared parking garage in this location makes a lot of sense. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
I'll ask a couple questions. So this is interesting because I think the last board did a nice job talking about this. I wasn't on the board, but I think I was in the audience. I think Trustee Hammerly was in the audience as well, because this is where an interesting phrase was used, I believe for the first time, at least the first time in Superior, TIFable, and a lengthy conversation whether or not this was TIFable. So I don't know if others, the notes from the June 6, 2016 meeting were not in the packet, so I'm just going to read a couple bullets here. From the notes which were approved. I skimmed through the video, but I didn't watch all the video, but here are the notes. The garage is going to be privately funded and will not be paid through TIF or tax financing. Mr. Kroll wanted to clarify for the record that the parking structure is being built with private dollars. There is no public financing to build it. It is going to be conveyed to Rock Creek Superior, which is basically the entire consideration for the sale of the land. Eventually, when the garage is conveyed to the districts, it will be subject to the same reimbursement agreement as all the rest of the public infrastructure. Metropolitan districts will purchase the parking Metro District bond proceeds. Now, there was a very lengthy discussion about TIF, and it cannot be used to fund a private parking structure. It is being built as completely private structure and not financed by TIF at all. Down the road, if the parking structure is utilized for public use, certified by a third party and appraised by a third party, there is a chance for TIF to finance it, but it is a discussion to have down the road. This will be built and completely private. Mr. Samos said that he understands BVI is involved because there might be logical recipient of the excess parking. There's no agreement to provide any parking for Boulder Valley Ice. Mr. Magley said his understanding is the parking garage is privately funded and might transfer to the Metro District at some point in the future for operation and maintenance. Kendra Carberry said it would get transferred through an agreement between the developer and Metro District. They are free to transfer it back and forth however they want. That does not necessarily impact the town. The town can only contribute TIF to public parking. That being said, they can allocate certain portions of the public parking, and then the town can determine whether or not that qualifies as public parking under the cost sharing and the development agreement, and make sure to properly allocate that and see if it was eligible for TIF dollars. Lengthy discussions, whether or not it's TIFable. That's when Kendra came up with the nice language that was drafted, right? So, just by way of history here. I have a, Bill, any comments there?
Just to add a little bit of flavor, because I remember the hearing, and all that's totally accurate. It was built as a private garage. When we were considering that FDP, we didn't have any easement documents in place or any concept of how the shared parking would work and when it would be available. None of this analysis had been done yet, so we didn't know if 10% or 20% or 50% of the garage would be public. And that's why I think there was so much ambiguity over whether it should be financed as public or not. It was built as a private garage and financed as a private garage, and then conveyed to the district, which makes it, based on this public use, eligible for the public reimbursement. And yeah, basically just that that was the reason. No, and I was the one I remember, because that statement was made that it was going to be, that no TIF dollars were going to go to it. And I explicitly said some TIF dollars may go to it when we convey it to the district down the road. And that's why, I think that's what prompted the language in the first place. So you're totally accurate, and just adding some flavor.
So at some point, we're going to, the TIF dollars is not an infinite pool, right? And as I understand from previous conversations, we're going to max out on those TIF dollars. That's my understanding. We're going to max out around the available TIF dollars, correct?
Generally, the answer is probably. Sorry.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of qualifiers. So as we look at the available volume that a bond can raise right now, based on the current status of the project and the amount of taxable income coming in to the TIF district, we can't actually get to the 145 million of total anticipated cost by raising bonds right now. We may be able to in the future, depending on how much gets built and how fast. If a huge office building comes in that generates a bunch of tax revenue, that will help raise new bonds. We're not bumping up against that $145 million ceiling yet, and we don't anticipate to. The question is, and this is our job on the financing side with DA Davidson and all of our bond counsel and everybody, is trying to, for our own sake, match the level of public improvements that get put in to the amount of bond dollars that we can raise based on the taxable income of the project. And that's what we're, right now, we don't foresee within the next couple of years having a huge surplus of TIF dollars that could fund additional costs beyond what we're already planning. But this $2 million is in all of our budgets. We do anticipate this being part of this next bond raise. We still anticipate being able to fund the $10 million obligation as soon as that next bond is raised. And so, everything is generally trending the right way right now.
So for me, it's an important decision. When I first saw this on the agenda, it felt like kind of a layup, but then the more I thought about this, I think it's complex and it's important, because we're just going to round and call it 2 million. Once the 2 million is spent, it can't be spent again, right? And so now I think about if 2 million is being spent on public parking infrastructure, where do I, as a board, as a member of the board, think that the $2 million should be allocated for public parking infrastructure? I get that this is built and available, that the vision was always to have some aspect of shared parking. We got a nice training a few weeks ago around peak parking times and projections and shared parking, and that's all good. But if I was allocating, Matt came to me today and said, okay, we just got a $2 million gift for public parking for downtown. Where do you want to spend that $2 million? I don't want to spend it in this garage. I'll be honest. So that's what worries me, that once this $2 million is spent, you can't spend it again. And I heard the message earlier from you that if we reject this, we're setting a precedent, and we may be at risk for future public improvements that include parking. So this is, I don't know the right decision here. I think I have a lot more questions, but I don't know what they are, right? I'll be honest. I miss Rita, right? I want to think about, I'm not sure I've got all my questions formulated, but I know the importance of the decision that you're asking us to make tonight, and I'm worried that I'm not going to ask all the right questions, so I'm hopeful that my other board members are. Because if nobody watched that video, or Sandy's memory isn't solid from sitting in the audience with me that night, because I think she was there. It was a special meeting. There was a lengthy discussion about this, and the notes are really good. The minutes are really good, but they don't necessarily capture everything that was discussed.
So I have a question about the cost. So Bill, in your letter, you note that the SMD2 acquired the parking garage for $2.2 million, correct, in 2018. And we're supposed to be essentially reimbursing the cost. But then later, we say the public value was calculated by multiplying the percentage of public use by the appraised value, which is 4.3 million. So
Yeah.
why are we using the appraised value rather than the 2.2 that it actually cost to build the garage?
Mostly for a clean and defensible administrative record on that, because most of the public improvements, RC Superior or the Metro District actually builds itself. And so we have direct cost data. If it goes through the district, it's all run through a public bid and it's all very transparent. This, because of the way we financed this deal, we basically gave RC Superior privately gave the medical office building developer the money to go build this public parking garage for the benefit of the project, knowing that we could reimburse it in the future. But we didn't actually build it, and the Metro District didn't actually build it. So we don't have direct cost data. We do have direct cost data from the developer, but for the administrative record, an appraisal is a more defensible legal document with an impartial third party. So we started with the appraisal knowing that that would be a better basis. As it turns out, and I think we provided as a separate exhibit, the actual cost was actually above the appraised value. So if we wanted to use the actual cost from the medical office building developer, it would actually be a little bit higher reimbursable number, but by a couple $100,000. The total cost to build it was, I think, 4.58. Which 52% of that would be something higher than 2.
So I can, to some degree, I'm a little bit in Kevin's camp where, I know we're going to need parking. And to the degree that I understand the issue with the consultant last week, I know that's going to be an issue. The problem is, one of the things he showed us a picture of was the white elephant, the parking garage that was built that was way too soon, and, nothing came up to support it. What we're talking about right now is really selling the town the empty space in a garage that the medical office building isn't using on the weekends.
Well, okay, and to that point, because I understand where you're going with that, the $2 million that we're approving today is not cash that's coming back to RC Superior. It'll only come back subject to the district's raising another bond, which is based on the tax revenue of the future development that's coming. It's all sort of it's kind of a balancing act, right? Because we've got all of this development in the pipeline, Toll Brothers, Thrive, Morgan Ranch, the hotel just opened, that's creating a tax base.
Right.
And the more certain that becomes, the more certain that tax base becomes that funds all of these public improvements, a lot of which, $39 million worth of which we'd already put in. So, a decision to not approve this and not let public dollars get spent on this would seriously jeopardize my ability to finance the Morgan Ranch project, because that also has public parking as part of it that needs to get financed through TIF.
Yeah, and I don't want to suggest what I just said would indicate that I wouldn't support this. It's more a function of timing.
Sure.
Right? With the draft plans we saw a couple weeks ago, downtown Superior getting filled in and all that, the parking makes total sense to me once we've approved that FDP. We haven't seen that FDP yet. So right now, the timing, and I get that all this is moving in parallel paths and it's all going to land at the same exact time. This just sort of seems like step B when we haven't crossed step A yet, although we're really close, and I know it's coming. I know between Thrive and the downtown Superior FDP, it's moments away. Because I completely, again, watching our parking consultants presentation, I know we're going to need parking. I also know one of the issues and he used I forgot which town. The issue is always going to be that the parking's not going to be right in front of the restaurant where people want to go. This one's around the corner and down the street. It's a little further away than people will like, but that's, again, it's workable. I'm struggling a little bit with the timing on this one, because I don't know that the medical office building is anywhere near capacity on the garage, in any given day. We're suddenly going to own half of it, or more than half. So now we're responsible for all the maintenance operations and whatever, because it's part of the town. And maybe we're not, maybe we are.
No, this will be district owned.
Okay.
This will be district
Metro
owned.
District is responsible for operations.
But where we are going to own responsibility is enforcement. Somewhere between the district and the town, we are going to be responsible for managing that 4 to 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. transition between medical parking and residential downtown Superior parking.
So that's actually in the easement document between the district and the private developer.
Okay.
It's actually the private developer's obligation to provide security if they need to, if there's an issue. The Metro District obviously has its rights to enforce its rights with public parking, but ultimately, that's all. The town doesn't need to get involved in that. It's between the Metro District and the private developer, and that's all been clearly documented in the easement. And on the timing thing, just again, because the timing is very important right now, just thinking, and this is a little bit ancillary, but as I'm financing the Morgan Ranch project right now over the next month, if theoretically we got a no vote tonight and I go to the bank and say, hey, I have this big chunk of public parking that's going to get paid for with public dollars, they're going to say, no, it's not, because the town's clearly not willing to approve these costs as eligible costs. And that makes it really hard to finance that project.
Yeah, and
I really want to take exception to that statement. I don't want that statement to just sort of be stated and then on the, it shows up in the minutes. So I take absolute exception to that statement.
Why? On what basis?
Yeah, I don't want to suggest at all that I'm not in support of this whatsoever. Because you said that after I spoke, and at no point did I want to indicate anything that I'm not in support of. It's just a question of some of the timing and relative enforcement, which you addressed the second question. I think it's for me, it's a question of timing, but I don't disagree. And we've been very open about the fact that we need parking in downtown. I think it was this board, through the discussions we had with those preliminary, prelim drawings and designs, that we advocated for more parking, and you took that under advisement and you sort of retooled the garage and the cent to bring it forward in the FDP. And I think that's fantastic. I think this is another opportunity to add more parking. I think it's just, for me, it's a financial question of timing.
Sure. Right. And what I took exception to was the if-then statement that you made, which is if this board does not approve, then you're going to somehow magically not be able to get that financing, because I just don't, I don't agree with that if-then statement. I think the issue for me is not just around the timing perspective, but again, that which is interesting, because this reimbursement, because the bond dollars are not available, so we would approve based on the release of future bonds, which would then reimburse the Metro District at some point in the future once those bond dollars are available. So there is no movement of money. So that
Well, that was only on this, because this was so early in the project. RC Superior took a big risk and made this investment in the public parking, because it was the second building on site, and we were trying to get activity moving. We were trying to get everything kind of put together. And so we made that $2 million investment 3 years ago and are waiting. I mean, we're incurring.
Right, but it was a private, but I understand that. But the building.
I can't do that on the next one.
Nor should you, or I don't think anybody on this board would ask you to, because the MOB is unique, and this is a private parking structure that was built for the intent of the MOB, right? With some
52% for the intent of public open parking and 48%.
I understand that there's been some analysis that's done since then, but for the most part, the overflow parking.
No, it was always built, and we gave them the land for free in exchange for them building this garage, which we knew would be public and would be subject to reimbursement. This has been the plan from day one. It was built as a private garage because it was financed with private dollars. We didn't finance the construction with public dollars, but we always planned on conveying it to the district, as mentioned in the notes, as an eligible cost, which would be reimbursed to RC Superior.
And I just don't like being put in the situation of making the determination that these are TIFable dollars for public parking, when if we were making the determination, you guys built the private garage, now you're transferring it. The last board did the right thing, and there were a couple board members that took complete exception to this entire thing. But what was passed through the resolution was, wait a minute, let's leave this up to another board so these don't automatically become TIFable dollars. And I think the intent behind that was, is that really the intent? Is that really the public parking that we want? And when I think about this private garage and the public parking and what we want downtown, I'm not entirely certain, again, if that's really where I want the $2.7 million for public parking. Because once this $2.7 million is spent, you can't spend it again.
Well, I was there. I think I was the only board member there that's still here, and I do remember the conversation and do remember the the uncertainty of how it would be broken down once it was operational. But I do remember the conversation that this was going to be part of the entire shared parking arrangement for downtown, and that there would be some reimbursement coming. So I am okay with the request before us tonight.
Looking at the minutes, and thanks for bringing that up, Kevin. That was definitely helpful to go back through the narrative about the TIF proceeds. The way it reads to me, and I wasn't at the meeting, and I wasn't on the board at that point in time. The way it reads to me is that this thing was, and I understand you may take exception with this, but the way it was built was it was being privately financed and privately built for the benefit of the medical office building, first and foremost. And they seemed like they were hedging. They wanted to see what needs they had. And in the event that they wouldn't need all of the parking, they were looking at the sports stable as kind of the next logical customer of the excess parking. And what it seems like we're dealing with now, and then there was the discussion about, okay, TIF proceeds can't be used to fund a private parking structure, but they can be used at a later date. And the resolution that was adopted with the condition in it that said, okay, if we've got an independent third-party engineer who does an analysis and makes the decision that yes, X percentage is public and X percentage is private, then yes, then it would be TIFable under those circumstances. It seems to me that at least the way the history played out, that sports stable didn't bite. And now we're dealing with a situation where they're saying, okay, well, we've got some excess parking and, can we offload it to the town and take advantage of the provision in the resolution that was adopted back in 2016. And that's not necessarily right or wrong. It just, that's kind of how I'm seeing it playing out. And then ultimately the question is, do we think that it's appropriate because we will be receiving public parking spaces, and that's certainly a benefit to the town and potentially, right? And it's going to be, performing that service for the people who are going to be accessing downtown Superior. To me, the thing about it that strikes me as just a little bit of kind of like putting a Band-Aid on this situation is, if I were designing downtown Superior and identifying a parking structure that I wanted to fund with TIF proceeds, that's not where I would put it, right? And I don't think that there are, the people that are going to be parking along Main Street and accessing, the green space and all the restaurants, I don't think that they're going to find themselves in the medical office building parking lot. It's hard to find, it's hard to see. That's one of the problems that we're having right now with sports stable parking all the way up Main Street, and taking advantage of the open space parking lot to the south of the sports stable, right? And kind of that would be more of a natural fit for parking structure for the sports stable. But that doesn't really seem like a logical place to put. If I was taking my family downtown, going to a restaurant in downtown Superior, I would park there as a last resort. I'd probably park somewhere else. And it seems like the structure that is going to get built in the Morgan Ranch application, I'm thrilled that structure is contemplated there, because that's going to be the one that's going to be really utilized, in my opinion. And that one seems like it's a no-brainer. And to have the discussion at the outset, like I think to Neil's point, if we're having a discussion, okay, here is an FDP, and this is a component of the parking, deliverable that we want to bring as part of our requirement under the FDP and the PD to deliver a certain number of parking spaces, and that we're going to be asking for TIF proceeds. That seems like an appropriate time to do it. So we're dealing with this resolution, and I think we have, at least as I read it, kind of ultimate discretion as to whether or not we think that this is appropriate to.
Yeah, and I would just say, as far as location, long-term, we will need parking for Park 1 when it's built, and we have events there. And the Morgan Ranch FDP is going to include that parking garage, but this parking garage, I think from a staff perspective, will be important for Park One because there's really separate on-street parking for the two parks. Park One is closer to this parking structure. So from a long-term perspective, I think we'll need it for that park.
Okay.
And they really, I'm sorry to piggyback off of that. The Morgan Ranch proposed structure and this structure actually provides sort of a dumbbell on the project. The Morgan Ranch is the farthest west to all of the retail Main Street blocks, and this would be the farthest east. So they provide sort of the two ends of the dumbbell, so to speak.
Yeah, and I get that there will be some usage of it. I don't think that it's going to be the top spot to try to park in, and I think it's kind of an afterthought. I think it's going to get underutilized, frankly, and ultimately it's a call for us as to whether or not we think that $2 million is appropriate to allocate for this structure at this point in time. Now the trade-off being, we're not going to get the public parking spots dedicated if we don't agree to deploy then it's just private structure, and that's going to be private parking that they could use however they want.
Well, why are we seeing this now? I mean, there's no demand for public parking. There's no cash that's going to be transferred as a result of that. You're a busy guy. We're busy people. Why are we seeing this now?
Two reasons. First, it's just been the process. They finished the garage, then we went through the whole appraisal process, the whole allocation process, went through all the engineers. It finally made its way into a cost certification, and that's why it's come to you, because it's in that. The resolution earlier said you can't bring it until it's submitted in a cost certification. It finally made its way into a cost certification in this latest number of 40.
Are there other reimbursement requests that have gone through the cost certification where you are not being reimbursed? Of the other 48? There have been 48 things that have gone through the cost certification, presumably, if this is number 49.
So the third-party engineer reviews every single cost line item that comes through.
Okay. And are there other things that have been approved that are not?
No, this is the only thing subject to your discretion pursuant to
I understand. But they've gone through, they've been presented to the district, they've got the third-party engineering reports, they've been through all those things. But this is, again, I'm just wondering.
Well, and so the second reason, which I understand your position, which may be opposite.
I don't have a position.
It is important for me to be able to.
I'm trying to make the right decision, and I don't have a position for the record.
So it is vitally important for me on the Morgan Ranch side to be able to prove the eligibility of TIF funds to pay for public parking, because we have a big cost in that project that is anticipated to be paid for with these TIF dollars. And if I can't prove that that's a legitimate use of funds and offset to those costs, I won't be able to get a loan for that, because the banks won't.
But that would be something that would be determined at the hearing,
that's
where
what
we would
confuses
be
me, right?
approving the FTP, right?
If we put a similar condition on the Morgan Ranch, then I'd say it's going to be pretty difficult for you to.
No, but I'm out like this week raising money. I mean, it happens to be the right time, and it's all working really well. But this would be an extraordinarily bad time for you to say no to this. Is all I'm completely transparent. This is, and it's my problem from a private financing side, but that's the truth of the matter.
So I'm just looking at an aerial map right now, and I do think that Matt raised a good point in terms of just, the location, and, the parking garage could serve, to the extent that parks 1 and 2, have events or something like that. We will need parking to access those parks, and this parking structure will be the closest, large parking structure for purposes of servicing the park.
It's also going to be the closest parking structure to the highest density part of the development.
Right.
So we're setting public parking next to the highest density element of the entire development.
which is probably something that you want, because if you have high density, then you have a
I
lot
don't
of people-
disagree that,
Right.
I don't disagree that those residents will need additional parking. But I'm not sure that if we were going to spend a couple $1 million of public money, TIF money. Now, you know, we learn strategies. You know, you could do 2-hour parking, you could do no overnight parking, we could have strategies to discourage resident parking in that garage.
Well, that can be dealt with. I mean, I don't think, I'm not concerned that we're going to have, you know, somebody who has, you know, one car garage in their apartment, and then all of a sudden parking their, you know, second car in this garage in one of the 52% spots that is owned by the town. I mean, we can address that with just reasonable regulations in terms of how long you can park there as a public parking spot and when you can park there.
I think to Kevin's point, though, would that be acceptable to the apartment, or as part of this, expecting that essentially we'll convert it to public, but that the private residents could use it?
But once it's public, it's public, and we're going to have to manage the parking.
Right. And Kevin, to your point, I would absolutely support saying, hey, no parking between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m.
Yeah, we're going to have strategies.
Whatever it is. But is that acceptable to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the Morgan Ranch project will self-park on its own without the use of the public parking.
One of the biggest challenges, you've got a lot of challenges. From my perspective, one of the biggest challenges around this whole development is parking, right? And so here you're coming to, which sounds, you know, schizophrenic of me, here you're coming to me saying, hey, I'm seeking some reimbursement for public parking infrastructure. Exactly, Trustee Ryan, what you asked for, which is more parking. I'm going to give you 52% of my parking spaces, pay for what you're going to use. Sounds very reasonable. It's just not where I want the parking. And I think, you know, you're asking us to take a leap of faith saying this is, you know, there's two reasons. Number one, let me try to restate the two reasons. It's followed the appropriate, you know, we did what we did in 2016. We built it, it's opened, it's followed through the process. We got our third-party engineer report, and the next step is to come to you because the previous board put this condition, so here it is. Second, I'm going out trying to raise money, and parking's expensive. It's, you know, anywhere between, you know, if I think I have the number right, between $35,000 and $45,000 per spot, right, for vertical parking. Is that about right?
I think this one was actually just below 20 because it's wide open. There's no mechanical ventilation.
It's insane.
20 to 50,000 per spot generally. Yeah.
It's a lot of money, and if you're out there trying to raise money, and if I had any money, and you know, you're looking for money, and somebody said, well, wait a minute, if I lend you money, and then this, you know, prove to me that you're able to influence the board enough so they're not going to vote no on the public parking infrastructure. I mean, I get the precedent process. I just don't, to be honest, I don't love being put in this situation where I feel like I'm kind of a tool for you to go out and raise money.
But at the same time, this is where our board can make decisions to help this move forward, or we can make decisions that are going to cause things to grind to a halt.
So I want to be able to be put in a situation where I'm helping to move something forward. Bring me an application to approve, and I'll approve the application. That's not what I'm asked to do. I'm being asked to approve public parking infrastructure and $2.2 million to offset a limited pool of TIF dollars for a parking garage that this board never asked for.
Yeah, but I mean,
or the previous board didn't ask for either.
We're going to have the opportunity to approve things, you know, in the ordinary courses as they're getting presented to us. But, you know, we're also dealing with the consequences of decisions made by previous boards and agreements that were struck. And this is an agreement that was struck, and there's a condition that's here, and there's nothing, you know, inappropriate with what they're asking for, and they are delivering. I mean, at the end of the day, this is a means to deliver public parking, at least a portion thereof, of public parking that will be available in downtown Superior. May not necessarily be what we'd want in an ideal world. It may not be necessarily what we'd want if we were starting over and planning it, but it's the agreement that was struck in 2016. It's built. It's a way to immediately deliver on at least part of that public parking component, while at the same time having the added benefit of working, collaboratively with the developer and not, throwing a roadblock up in terms of, financing and any additional, hurdles that they need to clear in terms of the applications that are going to be coming down the pike. So, is it ideal? No, probably not. There's a lot of things that aren't ideal, right? Some people would say that the approval of downtown Superior wasn't ideal. Some people would say the approval of TIF wasn't ideal, right? I mean, there's a lot of things that you can go back in time and have, revisionist history about. But, I think we all want downtown Superior to be a success. We're dealing with the consequences of the decisions made by previous boards. TIF's a reality. The disagreement is a reality. And, ultimately, I think that we should move forward, approve the $2 million here from the TIF, and let this project just move forward.
So, and Kevin, I appreciate everything that you brought up, and I agree with you. Where I'm falling into a loss is alternatives. There's only so many puzzle pieces on this board that we're looking at right now. And this is a puzzle piece that's already been placed. So I can't pick this up and move it elsewhere. And we see what else we need in downtown. If none of this is going to be public parking and it ends up being 100% private, that inflates the problem of our parking issues. When we know we need parking, I would not want my public parking here. I agree with you. This is not where I'd want it. But I don't see a better solution. And if there is a better solution, I'd love to hear it and have that discussion. I just don't see a better solution.
Right. It's the worst best option.
Right.
Right. I didn't see this coming. I don't remember, until I saw this on the agenda. I did not remember the meeting in 2016. I wanted to have a dialogue.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards approving this. I don't want to, put our applicant in a situation where he can't go out and raise money. I want to make sure, I wanted to give this kind of a due process and make sure, I've now been working my brain for, 15 hours or whatever's left of it, right, between work and this. And so I'm getting a little bit exhausted, but I want to make sure we're asking the right questions. But I agree, It is sort of the worst best option. That last board kind of put this gate out for the next board to consider. And I just want to make sure that we know why they put this gate out there for us.
And to the last board's credit, they made it contingent upon certification of an independent third-party engineer. Right? And so we heard the analysis from the engineer, and this is how they came up with the allocation of the 48%, 52% split. That's not our math. That's not our work.
Yeah,
and that was a condition that was placed in here. And the applicant followed that procedure, got the independent third-party engineer. I don't have any reason for us to dispute.
So I do, and I'd like to talk about that.
Okay. Well, I'd like to hear that. So.
Yeah. So I appreciate the parking report. I guess to kick it off, why are we looking at a 2.5-year-old parking report? Why is this so old? We brought this here today. Why are we not looking at a report from last month, 2 months ago, that actually uses current assumptions?
So that goes back to the timing. So we finished the report as soon as the garage was completed with construction, which was when that report was done. Since then, it's just been going through the additional process of all the cost certification and everything else. And Jeremiah's here, and he can tell you why none of the numbers have changed since then.
Just Trustee Lish, our Charlier and Associates, they reviewed this report in the last month. So from our town's consultant, it was most recent.
Okay, well, let me give you an example of why I doubt some of the information in this report. We look at the Saturday and Sunday figures. I see no private usage related to the medical office building, and yet I quickly do a search online and I find that the
No,
Northwest
yeah, I
Family
understand.
Medicine
I understand the concept.
has office hours on the weekend. So I know that this is inaccurate, just factually. So the estimates are wrong. And the fact that it was done 2.5 years ago tells me that we didn't necessarily have that information back then, which is fair, but why are we using 2.5-year-old information?
So the definition of the public versus private allocation is just based on the parking
contracts.
availability and the easement. So if it's open to the public and anyone can park there, it counts as a public shared use. If it's private for the medical office building because of the easement and time of day, it's private, regardless of when the medical office building is open or not.
So because they don't have the specifically those spots reserved like they do during the weekday.
That's right.
That's why it's considered public, even though it's being used for medical office building.
That's right.
Business.
Because if there's a park event and it fills up at 8 a.m., the medical office building just won't have anywhere to park, and that's kind of their problem.
Right. I understand that piece. It's the weekend piece that
On the weekend also, if there's an event on Saturday and the garage fills up with public people going to the park, even though that medical office building is open, they're not going to be able to use those parking spaces because they're already full with public.
Right. People have to park elsewhere.
Because they don't have rights to them.
All right.
Can I chime in on the demand part as well?
I've got other demand
Oh,
pieces.
go ahead then.
So looking at the Monday through Thursday allocations from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning, we are estimating that there's going to be 120 parking spots that are utilized. So out of the 244, roughly half of the parking structure is going to be full between those hours. Can you help me understand how that estimate came into being?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the hours you were talking about? You said weekday?
9 p.m. to 1 a.m. Monday through Thursday.
Oh, right. That was an analysis based on the number of sporting events that were planned for the sports stable. So this was kind of the average event load with youth league hockey, other sporting events, usage of the training center, other uses. This would be at full build out. I don't think you're not at peak usage of the site. So that would be one contributor. You also have a fair number of probably employees needing parking spaces. I can't speak to the location of the garage being ideal or not ideal. We're working with the site plan we were given, but there's definitely a management strategy in similar mixed-use projects where you want to put employees into garage spaces. So in my mind, this would be a good place to have restaurant employees working an evening shift. This would be a good place to put them. That would be one management strategy to allow the more core parking to be open for visitors. So that was one use we considered, but it was mostly driven by the sports stables. So weekday evening use for sporting events.
I suppose the piece that I'm missing and that I was looking for and would have hoped to see is, all right, I understand what you just said. I understand how you got there, but I don't see exactly how it was derived. So 120 spots during those hours, basically everything you just said, you could have also then said, no, it was 140. And I'd have no basis to argue that. You could say it was 100. I have no basis to argue that.
Right.
You're using big macro factors to give me a very specific number that this 52-48 percentage is being split off of. I'm having a hard time being able to verify that, yeah, that's anywhere near correct because I don't actually see how you came up to those numbers. Okay. That's the missing piece.
Sure, and there's a spreadsheet that we can certainly provide that has more detail in terms of the breakdown of when these events were projected to occur and what the demand load was. There was a parking table attached to the sports stable entitlement package that did show parking demand numbers. So the same numbers that drove those tables are not an attachment, we didn't provide it, but it can be provided if you would like to see the backup to that.
Okay.
Just to piggyback on Trustee Lish's point, because I think when you start talking about the sports table, there is the other parking lot on the other end of the sports table, the 120-ish spots. And I think where I struggle looking through this is how we get to that many users ever, where we're talking 200 plus cars just for the sports table. For the specific evenings and weekends. I was just trying to wrap my head around that.
Yeah, so, understood, there is a public parking reservoir here and a public parking reservoir here that exists, and then public parking along Main Street. Right now, there's not a lot of competition for Main Street, and there is a temporary surface lot here. The signage as you're coming down Main actually says public parking this way and public parking that way. And then the monument signboard here says public parking, take a left-hand turn. You can start to see the public parking sign as you approach this intersection.
Right, one of the issues,
turn in.
you can enter the sports stable from the surface parking on the south side.
Correct.
You cannot enter the sports stable from the parking garage. You have to hoof it, right? There's no, where your cursor is right now, there's no entrance. There's an exit fire door. Even if that fire door were ever open, it's a clear fire door as opposed to the surface entrance there. That's where the hockey players are going to go in. They're not walking in the main entrance. It's a nice entrance there. It's close to the rink. It's close to the locker room.
Right.
So, but I think the assumption, these two things are not equal. I think if you try to direct people, I personally am not going to, I thought the 52%, 48%, it's, you're the third-party auditor. You were selected by the district. Your reputation for future work. I too thought the 48% was a little arbitrary. I don't want to say inflated, but not necessarily as science-based as I would have liked. But it's, from my perspective, it's not. I hate to suggest that it's not a material amount because we're playing with public money.
Okay.
But it's, I didn't think it was a perfect analysis. On if there is any shared parking in the future that you're proposing, I would want a much more robust analysis that was completed. Because this one, to me, I kind of predictable that, Ken's he's our auditor here, right? That he's going to get under the covers on that one, and I'm glad he did, and I kind of agree with him. But anyway, so the point is, we've got a lot of parking to be built. If there's future shared parking, we need a little bit more science involved. So.
Okay. And I think you will see that. I understand you haven't seen the application request, but we have been working on one for this portion of the development, and I know there's one that's been requested for the larger district as well. To your first point, which I'm not sure was a question, but I will address it. I understand kind of the convenience concerns. My only response to that is that this is a limited pool and it will fill. And so you can split hairs as whether, this is the second choice or this is 2B or this is even the C location. It really doesn't matter. You need all of the spaces. That's what the models are showing. And so this is within a level of service A. I think you're going to get some usage of it. And I think that as this builds out, the usage is going to be stronger. So, the 52%, we can certainly provide the numbers to back it up, but it does take into account that this would potentially be full and how much we're going to capture in the garage in addition.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly share you. So we are doing an additional shared parking study for the Morgan Ranch project specifically, just looking at the uses inside that red dashed line and the parking inside that red dashed line. On top of that, as RC Superior, the master developer, we're also doing sort of a comprehensive parking plan update to look at actual uses and actual counts from the current operations of the sports stable and how those people are using parking and where they're going to go. As Jeremiah mentioned, a lot of them park in this surface lot right here, right now, which as soon as we close and start construction, hopefully at the end of this year, that's going to go away because we're going to be building a plaza. So that's going to need to go somewhere. Obviously, this is a good candidate, but you'll see all of the data behind all of that parking, both for Morgan Ranch specifically and for the master plan, including the sports stable uses.
So one last question about the existing garage. The public spots that are in there during the week and available to use, where are they? What level are they on?
So the 38 that are available to public all the time are the first spots when you drive in the garage. They're the ones directly in front of you. There's a ramp that goes halfway down, and then there's to the left. There's 38 spaces total there. There's a red line that's drawn on the pavement that says something like medical office building, weekdays 7:30 to 5:30. Beyond that, and there's some pretty clear signage. We're going to actually work on the signage to make it even better, to make sure the public knows they can park there. And I think it's going to be an education campaign specifically with the sports table to start, but ultimately signage and wayfinding, which is all going to be submitted alongside this bigger FDP. So,
Thanks.
So 2 questions, one based on what you just said about the public parking being the first that you come to. What prevents the medical office traffic from parking in those spots first, leaving the public with nowhere to park because those spots are taken and the rest of the spots are blocked off?
So technically nothing, because users of the medical office building are part of the public, just like everybody else is. So legally they can use them.
Sure.
They are the farthest from the building, so I'll step away from the mic for just a second. Public parking is over here. Generally, you kind of enter here, come down to public parking, and public parking over there. So if you're going to the medical office building, obviously you're going to try to get closer to the building,
you'll keep
cross
driving.
the line into that private parking, and then ultimately wind your way up. There's also entrances into the medical office building from the second level of parking, which is all private parking. So if you're going to the second level, I forget what's on second level imaging. If you're going to the Cornerstone, if you're going to Cornerstone, you're going to probably drive up to that second level and walk right in that door.
Gotcha.
As opposed to using the farther away spaces on the
And
driveway.
then my other question is, with this future study for parking, can I ask that you look at actual demand, not capped by supply for that? Because I know with all of these graphs that we're looking at right now, they're all capped at the 244 or whatever.
Sure.
I would really like to see, is the demand 400 spaces and we
No,
can.
absolutely. Yeah, you'll see the demand drivers and all of the data behind that. That's all based on ISC, whatever the
Great.
transportation manual ratios.
Because, yeah, I mean, with this
Yeah.
2016 study, it just seems artificial to me that it's always capped at, well, this is what we have. And to me, that makes it a little hard to get that exact.
Yeah, this was really more about allocating a set number of spaces than it was, potentially when the sports table was approved originally, there could have been a parking study that said how many parking spaces do you need? And there was one that's in that FDP, which is what a lot of these numbers are based on, that original table.
Sure.
What we're going to do now is actually go count usage on a couple of days to see how that compares to the forecast that they made before they opened. So we'll have better numbers now than we had then. But ultimately, yes, all of the parking supply will be based on the demand required.
So I guess that then goes to Kevin's question around, why are we doing this now if we're about to go get better parking data?
So we're doing it now because I need to prove that public parking is a financeable piece of the project, really. And then that's the biggest reason we're doing it right now instead of in 6 months. In any case, I think through Jeremiah's numbers, the third-party consultants and your own town parking consultant, we've all agreed that it is 52% public based on this very simple, is it available to public or not? So that's kind of answered. The question isn't whether it should be counted. The question is whether you can use TIF dollars for public parking at all, which I hope the answer is yes.
Do you have any concerns whatsoever about the structural integrity of this parking garage? Have you received any reports, any concerns, any complaints, anything regarding the building integrity?
No, there was a whole punch list. There were actually 3 punch lists that our construction managers conducted with the medical office building before the medical office building conveyed the property. The district actually had their own third-party inspector go out and inspect it. They had some punch list items, paint some railings and patch some spalling and that kind of thing, which they all completed. But no, I have no reason to suspect there's any structural issue.
So there is a culvert that runs underneath the garage, correct?
There's a pipe. Yeah.
And there's been no collapsing on that pipe. There's no issues whatsoever.
No, we're not aware of any settlement or anything like that.
Let's just play, and I'm not a big what if, but we already played the what if game once before tonight. So what if the garage decided that it was structurally unsafe?
Time to go.
6 months from now. So we've agreed that 52%. So we now own 52% of the garage.
The Metro District.
The Metro District. The town doesn't own it.
I understand. We, the Metro District, has 52% of the garage.
But it's the STC, I just want to clarify.
I understand. But if there's no more, yes. So it is the Metro District that owns 52% of the garage.
It actually owns the entire garage. It only paid 52% of the cost, but it owns the whole thing. subject to an easement, which is why it only paid 52% of the cost.
Right. But it's not a private, if it was a pure private garage and there was a structural failure, then it's up to the owner. No, because it would have transferred already to the Metro District. It just wasn't TIFable.
Right.
So regardless, it's owned by the Metro District. It's been transferred to the Metro District. The difference is whether or not it's TIFable. Okay.
So question, what is the action that we're being asked tonight?
It's based on the condition that is quoted in here. So the request will be presented to the town board, and then.
You don't have a draft resolution.
No, we don't have a draft resolution.
There's,
Okay.
It's just approval of the request.
there's a motion at the bottom of the memo.
Okay.
Simple.
Yeah, but the memo
Okay.
references it's an attachment
it must
as
be-
a resolution, and then the resolution are.
Motion to approve cost certification.
Yeah,
Okay.
the
All right.
request, it says must
Got
be
it.
presented to the town board for approval. So it is
right.
actually an approval action.
Okay.
I'm good. I really do appreciate the answers, and I appreciate the audit. Sorry, I'm good with the process.
Thank you. Kevin, I appreciate you digging up the history on this.
Okay. Any other discussion? Questions? Motion.
I take it. Make a motion, move to approve the cost certification number 49 and the classification of the Superior Medical Parking Structure costs as 52% district eligible.
Okay, motion by trustee Ryan.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Lasis. Do we need a roll call on this, or do we?
Yes. If there's any doubt, I just say yes, so yes.
Roll call vote.
Folsom,
Yes.
Hammerly,
Yes.
Lasis,
Yes.
Wish,
Yeah.
Ryan,
Yes.
Shaw,
Yes.
Skwazinski.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimous. Right, thank you very much. Anything further before we adjourn? All right, we're adjourned.
I'm gonna call her tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, Rita, don't start.
This goes back to